Could you make me an espresso? Okay, we're gonna open it up. Let's keep it on topic. 1 + 1 + 1 = 3. Icons are idolatry. But Jay, can I talk? But it was an ex-cathedra. If God is real, why does he allow evil? Why do you pray to dead people? Traditions of men, it's a no-brainer. You're such a tyrannical reigner. Is this your first time on the interwebs? Jamie! I need a ginger chew. Can't take it, these low-tier slow boys. Is this your first time on the interwebs? Jamie! I need a ginger chew. Was that an uncreated foot fart? Unmute, dude. Stop repeating my name, dude. You goobers call in, or I'll boot you. Where did we get the Bible from? Have you read the canons of Franzia? What are you, Catholic? Are you Protestant? I'm not trying to be mean, but do you have an actual argument? There is only one church. You are in a cult. You're a goblin, a demon, a boomer tard. Quick question. Do we have any diddy-back venerators in the chat? Oh! Is this your first time on the interwebs? Jamie! I need a ginger chew. Can't take it, these low-tier slow boys. Is this your first time on the interwebs? Jamie! I need a ginger chew. If you're a wine mom, front of the line. Unmute, dude. What is your epistemic justification? That argument is circular and you are refuted. Is this your first time on the interwebs? Jamie! I need a ginger chew. Can't take it, these low-tier slow boys. Is this your first time on the interwebs? Jamie! I need a ginger chew. If you're a wine mom, front of the line. Unmute, dude.
Fabrice, when you host your
It's about that time to bring forth the rhythm and the rhyme. Oh, yeah! There's only one thing that can bring this world together, and that begins with you. The word begins with you, not you. I'm gonna tell you what word it is. Usury! On the dance floor. Get that ass up. Bankers, get on the floor. Bankers, make the people poor. Bankers, get more paid. Bankers, get more paid. Get more paid. I wanna see your ass poor. CEOs, yeah, I'm talking to you. Get more hoes, get more paid, get more. We got our Muslim man. He wants to come and chat. Unmute. Khabib, unmute. Khabib, unmute your phone. You've been talking smack. Unmute. You're up. Unmute your phone. This is the guy who was losing his mind going crazy. And he can't figure out how to unmute his phone. Are you there? Did you turn your microphone on? All he did was basically cuss me out in all caps for like 20 comments. So this is going to be good. Unmute, man. It's the genius of the Muslims for you guys on display here.
Unmute. He can't figure out how to unmute his phone. Khabib, unmute your phone. Khabibi. Turn your microphone on, Goofus. He's raising his hand. He doesn't know how to work his phone. Did you turn the permissions on your microphone on? Go out, turn the permissions on, and come back in. All right, it's open debate again today, guys. Welcome, everybody. Was looking forward to a Muslim debate and Protestant debates. I think we have some Protestants who said they're going to call in. We'll see if they actually will. I'm crossing my fingers. I'm not sure that we're actually going to get that, but maybe we will. I'll mention the topics in a second. Josiah. Unmute.
Hey, what's up, dude?
What's up?
Hey, man. I'm an atheist, and I just want to ask some questions, if that's cool.
Okay.
Yeah, so for the claim that a God exists, do you think that the standard of evidence should be, like, really high because, you know, you've never seen one of those before?
Sure, but there's all kinds of things that we haven't physically seen that we believe in, so.
Sure. And when I say haven't seen, I guess a better way to say that would be we haven't detected it, period.
I mean, it sounds like you're equivocating on what you mean by detected. There's all kinds of things that we haven't, quote, detected, so I don't know what you mean by detected.
Yeah, can you maybe name something that we can't detect at all but we believe in?
Logic.
You can't detect logic?
Do you have a logic detector?
Yeah.
You do. Do they make those the same place they sell the metal detectors? The guys at the beach, they have logic detectors too?
Yeah, they're right next to them. You haven't seen them? No, but seriously, man, you can recognize that logic is a thing that exists. It's not something that you can touch or feel.
Right.
However,
So, and where does it? Where is it? How does it exist?
Well, it's a concept that exists. Like it's a tool that we use to.
It's an immaterial tool.
Yeah, correct.
Does it have actual existence?
Yeah, it does.
And where is that located?
It's in our minds.
Okay. Is that under a microscope that you can find those concepts that have actual existence?
Well, no, but that's like saying, oh, language doesn't exist because you can't see
Correct.
it under a microscope.
Correct. Yes, it is the same. Where is the detector?
But, like, you understand what I'm saying, though. Like, we utilize language, we utilize logic, we utilize math as tools to understand the world around us.
Okay, and where are they? Where's the detector? You just keep asserting that we use it.
Well, they're in our minds. That's where we use them.
Okay, where is the detector that shows you logic and meaning and concepts in the mind?
Well, I guess you can't like technically detect it.
Oh, so there's not a detector.
No, I was being facetious. I'm sorry.
All right, so you're just wasting our time.
I apologize. I'll move on.
Marinov. I mean, it took, what, 2 minutes for the atheist to contradict himself? We can detect logic. There is no logic detector. Unmute.
Hi, Jay. I have 2 questions.
Are they on topic?
So, the first one, well, I'm an Orthodox Christian, but I just have two questions. One is about the resurrection, and the other is about the Nephilim. It's my first time here, so I'm not sure.
You're cutting in and out. What's your first question?
You're cutting in and out.
All right.
What's your first question?
So my first question.
So you can't have me playing on your computer when you call in. It's open forum today. Welcome everybody. We're going to be pretty broad in the subject matter to get people to actually come on. I think we're kind of getting at the stage where we just don't have opponents anymore. And you notice the guy screaming and cussing me out literally all day and dozens of comments just finally runs away. Because the guy acts possessed, right? And then he doesn't have the skill set to turn on his microphone. I mean, he's claiming that I kicked him when I told him to come back in. He doesn't know how to work. This is so stupid. I'm telling him to come back in here because he's claiming that I booted him. Like, no, idiot. You should see this guy's comments. I mean, it's just it's insanity. Like, this guy acts like he's demon possessed. Literally, like, not. I know people overuse that. Thank you guys. Send the link to your Protestant, Roman Catholic, Muslim friends because I'm trying to get them to come in here because they won't come. I think we're just at the final, like there's no more final bosses. You know what I mean? And we all know that the excuse is that what a ridiculous excuse. I'm mean. And then they just lie. They say, "Oh, you scream and you cuss people." I've never cussed a person out. I might make a joke. I've never cussed anybody out. Here's what this insane Muslim says. I can't turn on. Clearly, I can't. He's telling me he can't turn on his microphone. This is just a troll. Oh, man. I miss the good old... We may have to just do a TikTok invasion. Because that's about the only place left where I could probably go and get a significant amount of opposition who actually would call in to debate or argue. I mean, I think this guy's lying. I don't even think I think he is claiming that he can't talk. And then he's saying I'm booting him. I sent this dispensationalist guy the link. So, William, what's up, man?
Hello?
Yep.
Hi, I'm calling. I'm an Orthodox catechumen, but just wanted to see what your thoughts are on the problem of evil. It's my understanding that the Orthodox Church believes that the evil is something that really doesn't exist. Would you say that's correct?
Yeah. It has no ontological status. And I have a video on the problem of evil. You could check that out. Not trying to be rude, but it's not catechumen question day. We're looking for people who disagree. Catholic, Muslim, Protestant, Atheist, Evangelical. Now, see, people will do this, and then they'll go away and say that I'm mean. He won't even answer my questions. He's mean. He's so rude. It literally lists the topics for the day. Okay, and I'm not trying to be rude to that guy. I don't mind the questions, but those are the kinds of questions that you can go look up the videos that I have from 5-10 years ago about the problem of evil. And so it kind of just detracts from the people who I'm asking to come to debate when you bring your catechumen questions. Daniel, what's up?
Hey Jay, can you hear me?
Uh-huh.
Hey,
Jamie?
Yeah, I'm actually a Catholic, but I just wanted to get your opinion. I know you've been talking about. I know your whole MO is the essence and the energies. I was just wondering.
My whole MO. We talk in lecture about dozens of things.
No, I understand that. I'm not arguing with you. But you do.
Here we finally had a person, and he's cutting out. Can you start over?
Hey, can you hear me, Jay?
Start over.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep.
Sorry about that. I was just wondering, to get to my question, like I said, I'm a Catholic, but I'm kind of interested in the Eastern Orthodox Church.
Okay.
Is the Catholic Church, have they altered their stance any on the essence or the essence/energies question, or they're like Catholic theologians who are kind of warming up to that question? If you understand me.
Well, it's an inconsistent position because you do have uniates who will talk about the energies. So the Eastern Catholics believe what we as Orthodox believe. But the problem is that the Latin Roman Church and the papacy has dogmatized a view that makes that not possible. So at the Fourth Lateran Council, they dogmatized a Lombard doctrine of divine simplicity. And in the Council of Trent and in other places, they defined that the grace that we partake of itself is created. And so that means that we're not partaking of uncreated energies in the grace that we partake of. So you've got multiple places where you can show that the Roman Catholic Church doesn't teach the Orthodox doctrine of the energies. For example, Ludwig Ott says that sanctifying grace is a created supernatural gift distinct from God. Created supernatural gift distinct from God. It's right there. So that's not an uncreated energies doctrine. That's not what we partake of in the official dogmatic Latin position. So uniates, every time if you bring this up, Roman Catholics say, oh, but we have uniates and they believe what the Orthodox believe. Yeah, but that just means it's an inconsistent position. You can't have a church that dogmatizes an anti-energies position and also allows for uncreated energies.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for answering my question.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, actually, that's a really good question.
Thank you.
And I have an essay on this. It's called Roman Catholic Absolute Divine Simplicity Refuted. And if you scroll down, you will see exactly where I cite the Fourth Lateran Council, and I cite Trent, and I cite Ludwig Ott, right there. Are we all able to see this? Because we have a lot of people who can't get this through their head. It's right there. All right, so it's open forum. If you want to call in and discuss the topics listed, please keep it to the topics. It is not catechumen FAQ day. You can take those questions to your catechist. You could also look them up online when you have time to do so. You want to try again? Unmute.
Hey, Mutt.
Yep.
Hey, yeah, so, question. If I were to make a logically sound argument for the non-existence of God, would you then not believe in God?
Well, you would need to address the transcendental argument because that argument is prior to logic.
Why is that?
Because it's an argument about how logic is possible.
Okay, how is logic possible in your worldview?
Because God exists. God is the ground of things like universals, mathematics, logic, etc.
All right, that's an assertion. Can you back that up with any evidence?
Well, it's an argument. It's called the transcendental argument. So it's not merely an assertion, but part of the argument is the impossibility of the atheist materialist worldviews, that they make knowledge impossible. And the positive claim is that the existence of the Christian God and the Christian metaphysic gives the ground and the possibility of knowledge and how to make sense of things like universals, conceptual meaning, numbers, etc.
Right. So could you utilize God as an explanatory power for logic? Like, oh, logic makes sense because.
Yes, that's part of the argument.
Okay, so you're saying logic makes sense because God.
It's not just because God. I said it actually does the work of grounding epistemically and ontologically. The existence of God through what we call divine conceptualism is the metaphysical basis for how there's such a thing as universals.
Yeah. That again, this is an assertion, which is one of the premises of the argument. But again, these are baseless assertions. You can say, "Oh no, that's the argument. This is what the argument proves." But no, it doesn't.
Okay. Now explain to me how they're baseless assertions when they're an argument based on a specific logical form.
Yeah, because you're saying, a part of the argument is, transcendentals require, foundations, and then you're saying God meets the requirements for those foundations, and then you're saying that God is the foundation.
Right.
Well, number one, you haven't proved that God possesses those traits that cause him to meet the requirements for the foundations. You have to prove that, and you also have to prove.
Yeah,
that
the proof is the worldview itself is the basis for the possibility of knowledge, and so it's a comparison of worldviews. So my proof is the coherence, the explanatory value, and the refutation of your worldview by your worldview not even being able to provide an account for logic. That is the argument.
Yeah, but all you're saying is that you can't explain why logic works.
No, that's literally that's the opposite of what I said.
He didn't say you can't explain. He says it's impossible. Plus, if those are the only possibilities, then the antithesis of that's true. But also, it provides every justification you can't have a justification that doesn't explain something. So what Jay said is that by everybody's standards, it provides all the justificatory explanations required of something that people want. So there's a positive account, and there's also the impossibility of the contrary. It's sufficient even by the impossibility of the contrary. So that's not an assertion. If a triangle's angles are either equal to 180 degrees or not, and you show that not being equal to 180 degrees, it leads to a contradiction, that's not an assertion to therefore conclude by a possibility of the contrary that all triangles' angles equal to 180 degrees.
Yeah, he doesn't. He thinks that everything is proven by some sort of physical evidence. So he's making the crackers in the pantry fallacy. So he thinks that because I'm not proving it in some empirical way, that it's just assertions. And he doesn't even understand what the argument actually is.
I understand the argument fairly well. I mean, you can clarify it if I'm misunderstanding.
He just clarified it for you right there.
Okay, he made a false equivalence comparing your assertion that God explains things to math explanations or how.
No, it wasn't a false equivalence. It was justification.
It was.
I said there's
and then he also said that there's only two possibilities: either the Christian God exists.
Yeah, it's a disjunctive. Do you know what that is? Are you there?
I love how
Well, we don't hear you if you're
you
there.
actually use an actual argument. We're going to call it anything I don't like is a false equivalence fallacy. That itself is an assertion.
Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. So, you're trying to say that God has some kind of explanatory power. However, you're just asserting that. And when I ask you,
you don't even understand the argument. I said that the metaphysics of Christianity and the existence of God provide the systemic justification for the possibility of things like universals, laws of logic, mathematics. I was very precise in what I said. Then I mentioned divine conceptualism as a form of ontological grounding. So I was very precise in what I said, and then you just said those are just assertions. No, it's an actual argument.
No, it is assertion, because you would have to demonstrate what it would look like without a God in order to say, oh, we know.
Yeah,
that
it's
a God
and
exists
the
because
demonstration is that the impossibility, the contrary, the atheist materialist perspective, the opposite perspective here, makes knowledge impossible. Dude,
Okay,
you just told me that you had, dude, you just told me that you had a logic detector. What are you doing? You're not fit for this debate. You contradicted yourself within 2 minutes.
Look,
Did you say that you have a logic detector and then you said you don't have a logic detector? You're like Reddit level, man. Come on.
yes, I said facetiously, yes, I have a logic detector. Logic is a concept that most people would agree.
It doesn't matter. That's a fallacy. That's a consensus fallacy. How does that justify its existence, and what is it and where is it?
It's a tool that we use to understand.
Yeah,
the
you
world
keep
around
us.
us.
That's called an assertion. So I want to know how you know that epistemically that that's what it is. What's the justification for that assertion, that claim?
You can say the same thing. If I were to make the statement that a hammer is a tool that we use to hammer in nails, you'd say, oh, well,
Yeah, but a hammer is
how do
something
you
that's
know that a hammer-
a hammer is something physical. You were arguing that these things exist in the brain, and then you said, well, I guess I don't have a detector. Okay, how do you know that? Where are they? What molecules make up concepts and meaning?
Can you detect thoughts, Jay?
That is a tu quoque. You're asking me a question. I'm asking you how you know which molecules are the correct molecules for logic. Where are the logic molecules?
Jay, do you agree
Why are you
that
saying my
concept-
name and why are you doing a tu quoque? You know what a tu quoque fallacy is?
You're just gonna say
Do
fallacies
you know what a
that are
tu quoque?
completely
Stop doing this. This is why you guys are so dishonest. Do you know what it is? You're doing it.
No, go ahead. Explain it to me.
Well, wait a minute. You're asking me a question when I ask you a question. You're saying, yeah, but what about you? Where are the logic molecules under the microscope in the brain?
Logic isn't a physical thing.
Oh, okay. Then where is it?
It exists within our mind.
Okay, how do you... So wait a minute. Now there's immaterial, invariant, conceptual things that exist called minds?
Yes, minds exist.
Okay, what's your
Mind is a-
what's the justification for immaterial things that exist like minds?
So
Where-
there's no way.
What? Here we go. Where do minds come from in a materialist atheist worldview?
Yeah, minds are a emergent property of the brain.
Yeah, did you know that the emergent property argument is used to refute materialism?
Do explain.
The origin of that argument is literally against your position, but you don't even know that. So just calling it an emergent property doesn't even tell me anything, and it's misunderstanding what that argument is actually about. How do you know that it's an emerging property? How does something immaterial emerge from matter? Why should we believe that?
I mean, just go look up the history of emergentism was created in the philosophy of mind to refute materialism and physicalism and functionalism and identity theory, all of those. So emergent, although we don't agree with that theory is not a friend for you. It's not working for your side to appeal to emergent.
So do you have any knowledge of these subjects, or are you just reading off of Reddit pages? What's up?
So you're saying that the mind is not an emergent property of the brain?
I don't know what that means. In your worldview, you're going to have to give me a justification for that metaphysical assertion. I don't think you can make a justification for any metaphysical claims. All right, this is just... Go find your logic detector and find the logic molecules. Chris, what's up? Go ahead.
Hey, Jake, can you hear me okay?
Uh-huh.
Well, question for you, man. So, I heard about Orthodoxy from you. I've been going to Divine Liturgy for about 3 months. But my background is Messianic. And I wanted to kind of hear your argument or your understanding from the Orthodox perspective. So one of the issues holding me back from being a catechumen, for example, would be eating unclean foods, right? So, for example, kosher foods, pork and shrimp and so forth. So my understanding from it, looking at the Bible, it's called, let's see, I know in the Torah, they call it an abomination. I see in Acts 10, Peter, the vision, Peter doesn't want to eat it. So that's one of the things that are holding me back from,
I mean, I'm not trying to be rude to you, but did you read the actual passage with Peter? Because the whole point of that passage is to rebuke Peter.
You mean Acts 10?
Yeah.
Well, it's my understanding. I always thought that the vision was basically telling them to eat with Gentiles. That's what the context of it was.
The vision has unclean foods in it.
No, I totally agree.
Then there's your answer. Paul says that nothing is unclean if it's sanctified by the word of God and prayer to Timothy.
Okay. Yeah, good point. When Paul says that, I always took that as referring, explicitly to, I guess from my perspective, food from a Jewish context wouldn't include, pork, for example. So when he says that, I take it as he's talking about, for example, if someone told me I can eat any kind of meat I want as an American, I wouldn't include, for example, dog or cat. So I was thinking context-wise, it wouldn't include pork or shrimp or something.
But the context is people who are Judaizing, which is your very presupposition. So what purpose would Paul have in telling people not to eat cat or dog when nobody's eating cat or dog? The question is precisely about the foods that are listed as unclean in the Old Testament.
What verse is that again? Can you remind me what you're talking about?
It's Paul's letter to Timothy. Nothing is unclean. 1 Timothy 4, 4 and 5, if it's sanctified by the word of God and prayer.
Okay, I'll go back and read it.
And then you have, he says this, Paul's letters say this over and over and over. So, you would basically also have the ridiculous position that the entire church got it wrong until your Messianic sect was restored.
Yeah, well, again, I've heard your argument there. It makes a lot of sense, and that's why I'm, again, attending Divine Liturgy. One more question on that, though. Let
me read what he says. Every creature of God is good. Nothing is to be refused if it is received with thanksgiving, for it is sanctified by the word of God and prayer. Okay. Why would God include unclean animals in the vision if the purpose was to maintain the very thing that Peter's rebuked over?
Sure. No, it's something I've gone back and forth on. It just, again, to me, I always feel like the context, he's showing unclean foods, but the context, of course, is dining or eating with
the Protestants always appeal to, quote, the context, and never actually explain that the whole context of the New Testament is explaining precisely what elements of the Old Testament law are fulfilled. Now, if you look at Acts 15, in Acts 15, it explains what is necessary for Gentiles. Do Gentiles have to be circumcised?
I'd say based on Acts 15, no. But again, the issue I have
Why do you keep saying but again, but again?
Well, the issue, so Acts 15, the issue I have with that is, of course, we have to follow, I do agree, we need to follow more than just those 4 commandments given. You can't, sleep with your, there's a lot of different
things. But this is about the reception of Gentile converts into the church.
Right.
So it's about the very thing that you're saying, do we need to continue these foods, right?
Sure. In Acts 15, at the very last verse, he talks about they're going to continue going to Moses to learn. And so that was my...
Yeah, but it says, but we write that they abstain from things polluted by idols, sexual immorality. That, by the way, would come under the thing that you mentioned. So it actually does mention sexual immorality. Things strangled and from blood. So there's your answer about foods in Acts 15, 20, and 21.
So in other words, you can eat whatever you want, just not something that's been sacrificed by a pagan or strangled with blood by a...
Correct. That's the Orthodox canonical position.
Okay. So explain this to me, though. How would you guys see it as being fulfilled, though? For example, so I can understand,
okay. When Paul writes about things in the ceremonial law in his epistles, how does he typically explain them? Like sowing 2 seeds in a field or garments on a patch, or not muzzling the ox while it treads the grain. What does he usually do? Do you know?
As far as not muzzling the ox, he gives he kind of reinterprets that. I can't remember exactly what he says, but he gives a different interpretation for what that verse would mean, and
he gives a spiritual principle behind it, because he says that the apostles are like oxen, and they have a right to make money from their ministry. When he says not to be unequally yoked, is the explanation for not having two different seeds in a field. So these ceremonial commands that, by the way, were never intended by the Jews to be for Gentiles. You know, Jewish law does not say that in other words, the attitude of the Jews, I'm saying, is not that the rest of the Gentile world is supposed to follow the Mosaic commands.
Yeah, the no hide laws, correct?
Well, just in general, like most of those Judaic laws, you can't even keep outside of the land of Israel. They're not meant for the Gentiles. So why would Jesus come and expect, when he's opening up the covenant to the Gentiles to now be subjected to things that are literally impossible for Gentiles to keep?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, no, those are good points, especially about Paul spiritualizing those different commandments you see there as well.
Right. So it's not a question of, am I sinning if I wear a garment with two different patches, or if I sow a field with two different seeds? Paul says the principle there that's applicable to us is the spiritual principle behind that you do not be unequally yoked with an unbeliever. But great questions. And continue your journey. Weird Russian name. Unmute.
Hello.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I have a question. I'm Orthodox myself, and I had a friend once who saw the cross on my neck and, immediately stopped me, like, well, I thought you were a wise woman. Turns out that you were just stupid Christian or something. Well, then he launched a monologue about how all believers, literally, are idiots, and how there's no such thing as morality. Just pure atheist, energy. So I asked him, if there's no morality at all, why don't you just go kill someone on the street? And his answer was like, I wouldn't, because it's bad, but if you want to, go ahead. So even that, he rejects all moral frameworks, but still wants to cling some vague sense of not wanting to harm.
Yeah.
Well, actually...
Yeah, and this is a great point, that most of the time, the average street atheist doesn't have a justification for his morals, or what he thinks are morals. It's just arbitrary. Modern apostate.
Hey, Jay.
Yep.
How's it going? So I've been going to an Orthodox church for a while now, but I wanted to ask, I'm still not understanding the Eucharistic theology entirely with the Orthodox church. What is being offered by the priest before the change into the real presence? It's not the body and blood, is it? Like,
well, nothing is being offered before the change, so I don't know what you mean.
Well, then that differs from Roman Catholicism, correct? Where they're interpreting it as that the body.
The offering has to be after the consecration, because what's being offered. Christ is present in the priest, offering his humanity, his deified flesh, to the Trinity, to the Father and the Spirit.
You'll notice the litany that I say, the line before it's consecrated, the gifts that are presented. It's later, after it's consecrated, that I say the gifts that are offered.
Got it. So there's no substantial difference between, like, the Roman Catholic view
yes,
of what's being offered?
Yeah, absolutely.
So, sorry, can you explain that one more time? So in Orthodoxy, it's
the theology is different. So just because they believe in the real presence and we believe in the real presence, it doesn't mean that the theology and what we think is happening is the same. Again, Roman Catholics teach that what you get is some created supernatural thing that's distinct from God in terms of what the grace is. We do not believe that. We believe that we're partaking of the deified flesh of Christ, which is deified by the uncreated energies.
Yeah, I was just more so thinking about what is it actually being offered, because I
the deified humanity of the Son of God is being offered to the Father in the Spirit. It's a triadic offering, and that if you read about the Byzantine Synod of Satyricos.
So would Orthodox literature that says that only bread and wine is being offered, and then the change happens. Would that be incorrect?
I don't understand the question. I mean,
I've just done some reading where it says that what is offered by the people is
talking
the bread
about
and
what's
wine.
offered in a sense of a gift. That's not what the priest is not offering. He's consecrating it.
Yeah. Got it.
So the offering is not bread and wine. The offering is the deified flesh of the God-man too. That's why it says, to your holy noetic altar.
Yeah, okay. All right, sounds good.
Yeah, I mean, we can't pay God with bread and wine. But what does turn God's attention is the deified body of the God-man, because it's the Son of God offering it in the presence of in the place of the priest.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah, good question. Nicole. I know that Catholics claim to believe in the body, blood, soul, and divinity, but they don't have an explanation as to what the divinity is because of their doctrine of divine simplicity. This is what I've been hammering home for almost a decade now. So, all you guys that come to the chat and you just repeat what the Catholic position is.
Dyer, fuck my little boy, pussy J. Dyer. Ugh.
Okay, here we go. This is what we get from this. This is
Dyer,
what.
J. Dyer. Fuck you, you spiritual whore, you.
There you go. There's. What do you want to bet he's a Roman Catholic? Let's see. I'm gonna bet you that's a Roman Catholic. Weeper? There's your Roman Catholic spirituality for you. Unmute, Weeper.
Hello?
What's up?
I wanted to get some clarification on the tag argument, and specifically how it works with the Trinity, because I can understand all the parts, like getting up to why you need God to justify any sort of logic, but the part that's I don't fully understand is why you need the Trinity, or why it's specifically the Christian God.
Because only the Christian God and the Christian triad provides the metaphysics that ground the transcendental categories. The other systems don't do that and can't do that because of fundamental flaws in their metaphysics.
And I think there's a couple other points that are important. There is no generic God. So tag is not some type of argument. People always say this, well, I get tag and how it works for God, but there is no generic God. You can't just plug in a word into the argument and, I see how it works, or I take a lowest common denominator. I've proven in one of my papers that literally has no referent. God means Trinity. And this is why we say it's not an argument for a word or a term or some type of phantasm that you created in your head, which you call God. The word God is conditioned by the entire paradigm. And this is why the argument isn't for a term or a word, but it's for revelatory theism.
Yeah.
And what God revealed himself to be, and the meaning of the term God is Trinity. So it's incorrect to go, well, how do we prove the Trinity if the Trinity is that by which everything else is proven? It doesn't make sense. Now, I would say, as Jade pointed out, there's kind of indicators and explanations like why something like the Trinity wouldn't work, and we're fine explaining that as long as you realize...
You mean would work? Something like the Trinity would work? You said
wouldn't work. Something that wasn't the Trinity. We can explain that.
Okay.
But as long as we say that, but I'm not proving the Trinity by some independent or higher standard. Does that make sense? Because then we're back where it's like, okay, but then how do you prove that? So what's your justification for that justification?
and you're back either in a vicious circle or an infinite regress. So the necessary conditions for the possibility of knowledge, this is what the atheist guy missed, is not arbitrary. It's reflexive and recursive in the sense that in the term and the paradigm itself is the explanation, yes. So that it doesn't, it's not just arbitrary, I can just put any term in there. But furthermore, it is that by which everything else is proven. Mm-hmm. So he was going, well, you have to prove that. You have to prove it's the Trinity. You have to prove it's not arbitrary. It's like, you're missing the point.
Yeah.
That you're back in Agrippa's trilemma. Once you get to once you eliminate you do the elimination by impossibility of the contrary, and you get to a true first epistemic principle that's the necessary conditions for the possibility of knowledge. You don't prove that. It's that by which everything else is proven. Now, you can negate it and reject it, but as Jade put, well, then you've forfeited any debate. You can't make any justified any claims. So just to recap, there are positive kind of reasons why the Trinity makes sense. St. Gregory Nazianzus in his orations has an explanation of that. And we can also
Gregory Nazianzus, you said?
Yeah, his oration. Why triad is, he's reversing the Greek kind of metaphysical principle that one is the highest principle, that unity or monad is and he basically makes an argument. It's not, I wouldn't say it's a proof, because that presupposes there's something higher and independent of the necessary conditions to possible knowledge. He gives an explanation of why that makes sense, why triad makes sense and nothing else makes sense. So we can provide that. But the most important thing is to realize, well, how is it the Trinity? Because God is Trinity. That's what the word means, and he revealed himself as such. I think that's the most important thing, and that's why we say tag is not an argument for a term, but a whole worldview of revelatory theism.
Okay, so just to make sure I understand this, with the tag principle is that we say that only the Trinity provides the sort of way that God shares his knowledge or his ability to no.
The metaphysics that God reveals about the Christian worldview is the only metaphysical system that is a justification for these transcendental categories.
Okay.
And that happens to be a metaphysics premised on a triune God, a specific God, and not an abstract Unitarian deity or something else.
Yeah. And I like that you brought that question up, because it does answer that atheist. How do you know something not arbitrary? It's precisely because that it has explanatory power.
They're also missing that it's an argument for the entire paradigm. Yeah. It's not just an argument for the claim that there is this abstract being. It also includes the entire metaphysical structure of creation, the universe, universals, etc. It's all that.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it makes sense to me with the Trinity, because each one has a different relationship with one another, where it's like Son is begotten of the Father, Spirit proceeds from the Father. They each have a unique relationship, and because everything in the world has a unique relationship with everything else, that because God can know that, you can know those different relationships.
And I can give the argument real quick. It's a derivation of St. Gregory's Nazianzus' argument from orations of why God's triad. But so, in order to relate two things that are different or unlike, you have to relate them by something, a proportion, something by which they're similar. Two unlike things cannot be related unless there's some type of similarity by which you can relate them. Okay. So, if you are you're a person. It's a person who has knowledge, not things. A person has knowledge. A person has beliefs. A person is the one who obtains the necessary conditions for the possibility of knowledge. So on the other side of the relation, if God is the necessary conditions for the possibility of knowledge, well, he's nothing like, he's an infinite, uncircumscribable, uncreated being, cannot be related to a finite, circumscribed being, created being. So the proportion, the mean proportional is personhood. Okay, well, personhood already implies a priori within it a notion to a relation to other persons. So God can't be strict monad. Why? Because he's personal. Okay, if he's personal, he has an eternal relation to another person. The eternal relation being to the eternal person, that's a dyad. But the dyad is, in Greek metaphysics and mathematics, is the principle of difference. So monad explains unity, okay? And if something isn't one, it's different, it's right? So there's dyad. But the problem is, I have no principle in monad or dyad to explain how something be both one and many. And that's where St. Gregory says the triad transcends the dialectical opposition between the monad and the dyad.
Right. So people in the chat, again, to the guy arguing for the filioque, call in. Saint saying that I won't defend the transcendental argument anymore. It's just nonsense. I'm just tired of repeating the same thing over and over and over. So either call in or we're booting you because it's not a place for you to spam the chat. Child papist. Oh my gosh. Here we go. Unmute.
Hey Jay, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
So I watched the video that you recommended with Bradshaw and Tomaszewski on Palamism, and I feel like I have more questions than I have answers now.
Okay.
And I guess my first question is, how can energies be uncreated if, like in theophanies, they come down into time and space? Like, if they're uncreated, can't they not change? Like, how can they come down into the world then?
The same way that the second hypostasis comes down into the world and willfully limits himself and goes about from place to place and undergoes some type of change that does not change his essential being. So essence doesn't change, but the energies are able, they're the means by which God can come and do those things. And you understand that the danger of denying that possibility, which is what the Roman Catholic system does through identifying God as pure act, actually undercuts the incarnation.
Right. And
the same principle of Philippians 2 kenosis.
Philippians 2. So
Do you know what I'm talking about?
No, I'm not.
You're not familiar with the kenosis passage? I'm not trying to be rude to you. I'm just saying, like,
I might know what it is. I just don't know what 2:13.
It's a famous passage because it talks about the incarnation and the Son of God humbling himself. So you understand that who became incarnate?
The Son became incarnate.
Did the Father?
No.
The Spirit?
No.
Did the divine essence itself become incarnate?
That was going to be my other question. Like, with theophanies, those are energetic manifestations.
Right.
But
of the person of the Son. So the divine essence itself did not and cannot be incarnated. Only the divine person of the Son, well, we don't know if the Father or the Spirit could, but Jesus seems to speak as if no one sees the Father at any time. So who were they seeing in the Old Testament? Well, according to that logic that Jesus gives to the Pharisees, it has to be the Son. Let this mind be which in you, which was in Christ Jesus, who being in the form of God, right, did not consider it robbery to be equal with God, but he made himself of no reputation, taking on a form of a bondservant, coming in the likeness and appearance of men. He humbled himself to be obedient to the point of death. So this is known as the kenosis, the humbling, the limiting, the self-limiting of the Son.
okay, yeah, I know what that is. I just didn't know the term kenosis.
Right. Well, that self-emptying
Yeah, he
cannot be the case if God is reducible to pure act.
Right.
And the same principle that would deny the theophanies is precisely what would end up denying that the second hypostasis can enter into time and space.
Right. So when the incarnation is not the essence, it's just one of the hypostases.
Well, God's essence is always present when God is there, but it's unknowable, unseeable, and untouchable. So the energetic manifestations, or the theophanies in the Old Testament, they're the personal energetic manifestations of the Logos.
Okay, so the essence is always present, but we can only understand or perceive the energies, but not
Correct.
the essence.
Yes, and that's what Basil says in letter 234.
Okay. My next question, this can go to either of you two, because this one's kind of a different curveball. But
okay.
Do you think that, are you familiar with Avicenna's writing at all, like Metaphysics of Healing?
I'm sorry, what?
Avicenna?
Yeah, the heterodox Muslim.
Yeah.
I think he's Aristotelian, isn't
he? Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Are you familiar with his viewpoint at all? Because he believes that he calls God necessary existent, and he argues that God must he has a consistent but like iffy perspective of God. Like he thinks that God necessarily must create, and that he doesn't have a choice since he's pure act, and he also believes that creation is eternal.
He's actually more consistent.
Yeah, that's a dyad, so you have an eternal creation.
Yeah.
Okay, well, nobody believes that.
Brought
So
this up because he's an Aristotelian. Avicenna and Alvarez and these Muslim commentators, and Aristotle himself, are more consistent than Aquinas, because that actually follows from the Aristotelian position of God, which is exactly what Aquinas adopts.
Yeah. So why can't it be the case for the world to be eternal then?
because now you have an eternal dyad. So are we monotheists or are we dyadists?
I guess so. Is the critique that it would make the world uncreated and divine then, or?
Well, yeah. If there's an eternal emanation of a world, that's an eternal that's a second thing that's eternal.
Okay, I see.
So you've given divine attributes to something other than God.
All right,
and by the way, God is then not perfect because he's contingent, and he needs the thing that he actualizes to be God.
Right, and that's where Al-Ghazali writes, because he thinks that it'd be ridiculous that God would have to create by necessity. And not
it denies free will in God. I mean,
yeah.
So now we're going to be Neoplatonist emanationists. So.
Plus, Avicenna's a determinist, so I immediately knew that he couldn't be true.
Right.
And my last question also with Avicenna is he talks about how there can only be one necessary existent, and if there were hypothetically two, the only way you'd be able to distinguish one from the other is if one of them had an accident attributed to them. And the one that has the accident attributed to them would be ontologically inferior because it's contingent on that accident to be distinct. And that means that it would be getting its existence from the other necessary existent that doesn't have the accident. That makes me wonder, how does that make, say, the Trinity possible? Like, there could only be one necessary existent, and then the other two Godheads would have to be possible existence.
You're talking about the Son and the Spirit?
Yeah.
Well, so this is misunderstanding the word necessary existence, right? So the word God or the word necessary being, these kinds of terms, they don't just pick out one thing. In the Orthodox Christian perspective, the word God can pick out the Father, it can pick out the Son, it can pick out the Spirit, it can pick out the divine essence, it can pick out the divine operations and energies. All those things are attributable to the word God. God picks out all of those different things. So it's a Muslim argument, or it's sort of a reductionist word concept fallacy to assume that the word God or the necessary being always and only refers to some Unitarian thing. It's just assuming that the necessary being isn't a triad. And if you look at the first 5 pages of, this is what Roman Catholics never get. I'm not talking about you in particular, but this will really help you out if you get this point. If you read the first 5 pages of Maximus's 200 chapters, just the first 5 pages, he says that we speak of God and name God in 2 different ways. There's the inter-Trinitarian life, or the way that we would speak of God in himself or apart from creation. And then there's the other way of speaking and naming God, which is in relation to the created order, or by economia. And you cannot confuse the two, because it ends up in all kinds of weird heresies. And many, many heresies are actually birthed from confusing inter-Trinitarian life and how we speak of God in himself versus God's relation to the created order. So, for example, monarchia. When we call God the monarch of creation, that's the entire Trinity is the monarch of creation. In the Trinity, the entire Trinity is not the monarch. It's the Father that is the monarchia, you see. So you can't name within the triad identically to the way that you name God in relationship to the created order. And the same thing goes for, in Maximus's example in there, the first 5 pages, God the first cause in himself versus God the first cause in relationship to the created order. In the Trinity, the essence of God is not reducible to first cause. In the triad, the first cause would only be the Father, right? But God is not reducible to pure act. There's no person that's pure act in the Trinity, right? You see how this would be a mistake. But in contrast to the created order, you can say the whole triad is first caused or pure act or something like that. But it's only in contrast to creatures. It's not naming God in the inter-Trinitarian life. And most of these Thomistic Roman Catholic mistakes, and even the filioque arguments that Roman Catholics make, they confuse economic naming of God versus inter-Trinitarian life.
Okay.
This is why John of Damascus calls God pure act, in contrast to creatures. This is why St. Gregory Nazianzus in the Orations, he says that is the triad unbegotten in contrast to the world, or he uses the term unoriginate. Compared to creatures, the whole triad is unoriginate. It is not accurate to say that all 3 persons in the triad are unoriginate. That would be heresy, because the Father is the origin of the Son. So the Son is originate. But in contrast to creatures, the entire triad, compared to the created order, is unoriginate. So it's 2 different ways of naming. And Maximus makes this point. Gregory Nazianzus in the Orations makes this point.
Okay, I see. And all operations of the Trinity are all triadic, right?
Yes, from the Father through the Son and in the Spirit.
So how would that work with the incarnation then? What are the Father and the Spirit doing?
Well, the New Testament makes it clear the Father sent the Son. The Son does the role of redeeming man, dying, being resurrected, and the Holy Spirit has the role of sanctifying the sons of God. So just like creation, the Father creates the world through the Son, and the Spirit perfects the created order. So every action is triadic. Even the theophanies are triadic. It's just that you have different roles for different persons in that action, so to speak. So there's a single triadic action, but it's manifested or actualized by each of the persons in their unique role or mode. And for Orthodox theology, this is why it's very important to understand not just person and nature and energy, but also mode in the triad. Not modalism, but mode in terms of the hypostasis. For example, the Son enters into a mode of being incarnate, that the Father and the Spirit do not. You actually have to have mode in your Trinitarian theology and your Christology, or else it'll get all jacked up. But Roman Catholics do not understand this point.
How does the Spirit operate in the Old Testament? Do we see that at all? We see the Father.
No, of course we do. I have right in front of me a list of about 30 passages where the Holy Spirit's operating and operative in the Old Testament. In Psalm 103 or 104, depending on what Bible you have, he's called the Creator. In Numbers 11, Moses lays hands and transfers the Spirit to the 70 elders of Israel. That's parallel to apostolic succession in the New Testament. The Holy Spirit is present, hovering over the waters in Genesis 1 at the creation. He comes upon the judges in the Old Testament to empower them. Judges 3, 13, 14, 15, Joel 3, he's predicted to be the outpouring at Pentecost. That's what happens in Acts 2. The Spirit is mentioned in Ezekiel 1, moving in and out of the living creatures. 2 Samuel 23, 1-3, David talks about the Holy Spirit speaking through him. Exodus 15, the Holy Spirit's mentioned. Exodus 40, the Holy Spirit's mentioned. Psalm 105, Psalm 138, Psalm 142, Job 33, 4, Job 38, 1-2, Zechariah 1-6, 1-6, Micah 3, 8, Genesis 41, 38, Numbers 27, 18, Isaiah 63, 1-14, Isaiah 11. You want me to keep going?
No, that's plenty for me. I believe you.
I'll show you the Trinity right here. There will come forth a rod from the stem of Jesse. A branch will grow out of his roots. The Spirit of the Lord will rest upon him. There's the triad right there.
Okay.
That's a messianic prophecy, one of the most famous.
All right. I promise those are all the questions I have.
No, those are great questions, and I'm glad that I was nervous to go to. I thought you're going to be another one of these like screaming, cussing Roman Catholics. Research, what's up, man? Research? Unmute.
Okay. Hello?
Hey.
Howdy, how you doing?
Good, what's on your mind?
Well, I guess I would consider myself a full preterist with Orthodox leanings, but I grew up dispensationalist and all that crap. You know about Josephus and Tacitus?
Yeah.
Obviously you do.
I know about them. What about them?
These certain quotes, one from Josephus, The War of the Jews, book 6, chapter 5, says, a certain prodigious, incredible phenomenon appeared. I suppose the account of it would be
prodigious.
A fable. Were it not related by those that saw it, and were not the events that followed it of so considerable of nature as to deserve such signals. For before sun setting, chariots and troops of soldiers in their armor.
Yeah, I cited it in a grad paper. I'm aware of it.
Yeah, and then Tacitus has a similar account.
Okay, what is it? How's that supposed to prove full preterism?
Well, I guess I would consider that what Jesus meant. And this generation will not pass the Son of Man coming in the clouds of heaven.
How does that prove full preterism?
Well, I would say that would potentially be the second coming of Jesus there, coming with angels.
But in the book of Ezekiel, in the book of Isaiah, a God coming in the clouds is typically coming in judgment. I mean, it's a classic preterist argument that 70 AD is a coming in judgment on Rome by Titus Vespasian. So how does that works against full preterism?
Well, I consider that to be everything coming. Obviously, it's the end of the old covenant and the new covenant starting, which I agree with. I'm sure you agree with that, which dispensationalism I grew up with.
Yeah, so you went from one heresy to another heresy. So I just don't understand the logic here. Like, how does any of this prove full preterism when in the full preterist
well, I guess maybe I'm not a full preterist. I would say that I am whatever you would call that.
All right, let's go to the easiest thing. So does evil continue on forever?
I don't think evil continues on forever, but I think.
Well, how does that? But full preterists have this problem. So how do you reconcile that?
I reconcile it in the sense of the kingdom of heaven isn't of this world.
But this world continues on forever.
I don't know. I couldn't know, I guess.
Well, has the resurrection already happened?
Yes, the resurrection already happened, all of that.
Okay, so evil has not been destroyed. Right, so Paul says that when the resurrection happens, evil comes to an end and God will be all in all, 1 Corinthians 15. So that's already happened?
Maybe Jesus was a physical representation of how our souls are eternal.
Okay, so now you're a heretic because you don't believe in bodily resurrection.
I do believe in the bodily resurrection of Jesus.
No, the bodily resurrection of all men. You don't believe in that?
I suppose not.
Okay, well then you're a heretic because the church has always confessed the bodily resurrection of all men. Paul says that our bodies will be transformed into the likeness of his glorious body. Does he not?
Yeah. He
there you go. Is our body turned into the likeness of his?
I guess I guess our body is not in the likeness of his in this fleshly body, but in the spirit, we could have a glorified body in the heavenly dimension or whatever.
Christ's body is the same body because he has the, you know, he tells Thomas, put your finger in my side to prove that it's the same body. And our bodies will be transformed into the likeness of his resurrected physical body. Will be the same body. So you're a Gnostic who believes in, you went from one heresy to another. The Bible teaches the bodily resurrection of all men to be exactly conformed to the resurrected body that Jesus has.
Okay, well, so I guess if I was a partial preterist, right? Because I don't really know what
So
I
now
am.
okay, fair enough.
So I don't really know. I don't abide to any specific. I agree mostly with orthodoxy. Obviously, with Roman Catholicism, I have a lot of problems with the Pope and infallibility and things like that. And I like how orthodoxy is pretty clear that Matthew 24 is talking about, at least in the beginning of Matthew 24, or the first half of it.
Right, so the Orthodox Church typically, when it talks about preterism, teaches that the events of 70 AD are a type of the end of the world. Because Paul says that every knee will bow, every tongue will confess Christ is the Lord. That hasn't happened yet, man.
Yeah.
So full preterism's not true.
Yeah. Okay, well, I was coming into it as a full preter, as thinking I don't actually know what I am. But I am considering orthodoxy.
Okay, well, that's good, man. Let's take your time and you know, keep studying, keep learning. And I appreciate the questions. It was a good question. Ava.
Hey, I want just to ask, first, I'm Orthodox Orient, but I want to ask about something related to a weird a weird Protestant cult. Okay, they was asking someone, he came and asked about especially where was in the Bible mentioned that the altar, the church needs to be physical and it needs to be altar. They speak in tongues, weird things. I compare to him the Greek Orthodox position, the Russian, the Catholics, all that disagree with all these things. Okay, then comes the church needs to be physical. I told him, even I'm from Egypt. So I told him, even St. Mark, when he came to Egypt, on the Pharaoh's temples, he put the sign of the fish, which means the baptism of temples, and this one. So how come you want to convince me that the church, no, it's just ecclesia, the word ecclesia. I know a little Greek and Coptic and a little Hebrew, a little Aramaic too. And I speak English, French. So that for him, it's like, yeah, you speak a lot, that's tongues. I told him, no, that's not the one you mentioned. You speak gibberish.
Right, gibberish,
which is
Yes. Really hard to understand what you're saying, not trying to be rude, but yeah, any cult that thinks that they're speaking in tongues is fraudulent, because in the sense of gibberish, because it's known languages in the book of Acts and in Paul's epistles. Adam? Augustine Hippo became a member. What's up? Bryce J, $10. Jay, the reason that you don't understand these arguments of where logic is because you forgot to open up your reasoning jar before you started the stream. Exactly. I got a couple collections of logic that I found that are my microscope detector, my logic detector. Frankish Melkite, $5. I discovered an Old Testament verse that teaches iconography in the Old Testament. I haven't heard this used for iconography. Haggai 2. Let's check that out. Is the screen frozen? Am I frozen on the screen? I can't tell. The glory of this latter temple shall be greater than the former, says the Lord. And in Lord, in this place I will give peace, says the Lord of hosts. You saw this temple with its former glory. I think I don't disagree with, by the way, here's the Holy Spirit in Haggai right here. I don't disagree that you could apply this, but I think that Protestants are not going to find it convincing because they're going to say that this is just talking about the temple of his body. So they're going to appeal to John 2 and say that the glory of this temple, quote unquote, is the resurrected body of Christ, and they won't accept it as any kind of reference to an actual worship building. But I think in principle you're correct. Johnny G, 10 Canadian. Wes Watson will have to hoop some nair because there's no razors where he's going. What does that mean? The silky forums are a form of currency inside. James Robert. Is Wes Watson going to jail or something? I don't know what that means. H. Brazi, $5. The jinn inside that Muslim guy's phone are stopping him from turning the microphone on to help him, to save him from getting IQ reported in the Muslim dilemma. Exactly. Adam, what's up, man?
Oh, thank you. I was wondering if you'd be willing to have a discussion about the way that we present the transcendental argument to skeptics.
You got a professor here, so he'd probably be better at it than me.
Okay. I had a question about it,
Okay.
as well as a suggestion.
Okay. Father Deacon, are you there?
Yeah, sorry, I was writing something. I was writing out an argument.
There's a guy who wants to ask a question about the skeptical presentation.
Yeah, so it seems to me that when the tag is presented, that a common misunderstanding about the tag is that skeptics don't seem to be able to spot the inference from the establishment of logic being real, so logical realism, by which I mean that logic is the abstract infrastructure of the world, to the idea that God exists, or the idea that a mind exists. I've listened to quite a few tag arguments from around YouTube. Most of it is from Jay. I don't mean that this is a slight against Jay, but I've struggled to find a syllogism in many of the discussions for tag. It's more like an explanation. And I think that this just leads to a lot of skeptics and atheists just mischaracterizing the argument.
I think I think the last time we presented the syllogism was maybe in the Stefan Molyneux debate.
Okay. Yeah, I saw part of that where he was denying that numbers are abstract.
Yeah, but I later actually present a modal form.
I see.
I think the reason why Jay does that too is that most of the people he's presenting that argument to are not people with philosophy degrees and stuff like that. So we want people, and there's different ways that you can present that in steps. We want to go to kind of more general to kind of specific. And I think that's usually what Jay was to start out. If you're not getting generally what's being said and argue what the general argument is, putting it into the minutia of syllogistic form isn't going to help people. And even for people who do have degrees in philosophy, I've done all that. My last 3 papers are quite technical, and I almost feel like it makes it worse. It makes it worse. My godson, who's working on finishing the late Russ Mannion's book, and I've talked about that, and we have some theories about between left and right brain. I actually think that the arguments grasped in the right brain hemisphere, as Dr. Ian McGilchrist talks about. And so presenting it in kind of a very analytic, rigorous way in terms of all the premises, I've done all that. And it's not like people get it.
Okay.
Unless they get it in the right brain. And I think that's why Jay has a kind of a better approach to kind of explain it generally in a kind of a holistic picture, which would be the right brain hemisphere, before we start getting down into the details of, because all these skeptics that you're talking about, I've gone into second order, like higher logic, modal logic, hammered all this stuff out in that kind of left brain. None of those people are like, oh, I get it. So they're asking for, wanted to kind of give that kind of caveat and kind of background of like, what do I think actually psychologically and spiritually is going on with the argument is what I said. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, okay, yeah, so I definitely, I agree that a lot of people are just not going to, there are some people who are not going to engage with the argument because they don't see the necessity for some of the things that are pointed out, like identity over time, the self, and so on, and the requirement for those metaphysical constructs for reasoning. But I mean, I have my own suggestion on how to develop the argument.
Yeah, go ahead.
But my question really, but before, is kind of useful if I ask the question first, but just because I don't want to mischaracterize the way that Jay presents tag and the way that you might, is that what actually is the inference from logic being a real part of reality to the idea that there has to be, that the fundamental reality has to be a mind. Unfortunately, many of the debates that Jay has, they never even get to this part because the skeptic just engages in skepticism, and it just becomes meta, like the discussion just becomes how debates work, how arguments work, arguments against empiricism.
Well, because in order for these things to be more than abstractions or more than Platonism, you need an intentionality, and intentionality can only be there if you have a being that's personal who gives telos and meaning to reality. So just to say that, well, maybe there are universals and maybe there are Platonic forms or something like that, it wouldn't do the grounding work, because that doesn't tell us how there's actual, like Platonism, for example, wouldn't give a basis for time. Platonism is very anti-time, so you couldn't really have becoming in a Platonic system. So you need a theology, a metaphysics that accounts for becoming and telos and purpose, all those things.
Also, I try to simplify this. This is why, instead of, because like you'd said, there's a million different conversations about metaphysics and all these kinds of details that we'd go into that just takes forever to kind of hammer out. And so I wanted to reduce it to kind of, all of those things would simply reduce to only a couple possibilities. And that's why I created the exclusive disjunctive between, well, we believe that there's only two options. Either there's a personal God. A personal God has a mind who, I mean, that's the story. The question is the story true? So, but the story is there's a personal God that stands behind the universe. He has a mind, and he creates, he has there's intention behind the world. The reason why he, he's in a position knows because he's created the things to be the way they are. The laws of physics, identity over time. So all those details that you're talking about. Rather than going into all the details about how that works, be like, well, what do we call that? What ultimately stands behind the world is intention. And it's either there's God or there isn't a God. And so if it's not intention that stands behind the world, it's accident.
Yeah, we'd have a dysteleological worldview.
And I don't even have to go into, necessarily, like, I tend to, like, I do believe it's teleological, but I even avoid that language. I just make it easier to be like, okay, what do we mean by the words intention and accident? This is what Aristotle uses these kinds of arguments. If I drove my car into the brick wall, I had an intention. Well, intention requires what? you have a mind, obviously, that I have a goal or something that I want to do, and it's, well, let's say I collect insurance money or something. And then you say, well, that's not the case. He didn't do it. There wasn't an intention behind that. It was what? Accidental. So the very meaning of those terms, there's no third possibility. It's, well, yeah, ultimately behind the world, it's either intention, and if it's non-intention literally a priori means like accident. So ultimately, you would have to use accident to explain what all these terms mean. Now, I'm not saying accident like how could knowledge or these things, come out of what's the history of it and give a Darwinian account. That's not what I'm actually asking. I'm saying semantically and logically, your principle is accidentalism. So if I asked you, in your worldview, what does knowledge mean? What does law, the physics mean? What does law, morality? You'd ultimately have to explain accidental knowledge, accidental laws of physics. And that's an oxymoron. Each and every one of those terms that I pick, the things that you want to explain in the world, whether it's knowledge, laws, they preclude accident. All you have to do is open any secular book on epistemology, and they'll, one of the first things they go over is there's no accidental knowledge. And so in a world of accidentalism, arguments, knowledge, meaning, all these things are impossible. And so that's the inference right there. Rather than going into all the details of the metaphysical, well, how does that exactly work? Let's just make it really simple. There's only two ways to go. Either it's a story about of intention, in which, we explain these things and ground them because there's a God who created them, there's intention behind everything. Or there's not. In a world where there's not, it's impossible to make any arguments or meaning or anything like that. So by impossibility of the contrary, it has to be an intentional world. I think that the inference that you're looking for, and it's quite powerful. Now, people, of course, will try to do everything they can to get around that, but I think that saves a lot of time. So you don't have to go through every single metaphysical. Why doesn't Plato work? Or why couldn't, Hinduism or it's like, well, look, let's just boil it down. It's one or two options. It's either this or that. And that other thing is self-defeating. It won't work.
Okay. Of course, as a theist, I agree with your technique of showing that personhood, or stating that personhood and intentionality are necessary to make it so that these this universal abstract infrastructure to reality actually exists. The reason why it's there, the reason why it's universal, is it's guided towards a purpose to make reality intelligible. But my suggestion on how to develop the argument is kind of designed to preemptively address what some of the more obtuse skeptics do, is where if they just deny. So if they just dig into denials, they might just deny the impossibility of the contrary. They just deny that there's an impossibility.
That's fine. I'll actually lead them there. So I'm fine with somebody being that. That's actually where I want to push somebody. You're either going to accept revelatory theism or you're going to be a skeptic.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, if you're a skeptic, you're pretty much out. You're out of the realm of debating. So they've surrendered.
At that point, I've defended my position. Because they can't say, well, no, you have to do this because they don't have a position. They're Pyrrhean skeptics.
I don't have to do anything.
Yeah, I don't have to do anything. You just admitted you don't have any justification for it. You're basically exiting the game. You can do that, but it's not a win. In fact, it's a win for me because it's like forfeiting the game, right? If somebody's like, well, I'm not showing up to play the sports game. It's like the other team wins.
Yeah, if you got the person who admits skepticism, then they're not. Yeah, they're no longer critiquing Christianity. They're out of the game. Game over. Savio, what's up?
Hey, how you doing? I have a question in the context of atheism, because from what I've seen, like most atheists take the position of nominalism, and I think I've seen your critique regarding it. You said that you wouldn't be able to predicate regarding categories, or did I get that right?
Mm-hmm.
Can you expound more on that?
If a person is a nominalist?
Yeah. Like the critiques regarding that position.
I mean, you're basically just saying meaningful statements in your head and not anything about what's actually in the world, because there's no shared essences or qualities between objects in the world. There's no immaterial, abstract, universal things at all. So you're limited really to just predicating about particulars.
Okay. So you would say that it would be a contradiction?
It just doesn't tell you anything about the objects in the world. It tells you a token conceptual symbol for humans, but it doesn't tell you that that's actually the thing that the object in the world possesses. And there's no shared qualities that the objects actually possess other than what appears to you to be similar appearances.
Oh, okay, I see. And one more question. So I remember I was watching like Alex Malpass talk to a guy regarding tag, and he essentially said that, oh, why can't I ground it in these little, I think his explanation was these little like P that are intentional justify it. What would your
what? Little P's?
Yeah, he said like this. He said
what is a little P?
I have no idea, but I mean,
I don't know. I don't even know what that means, man. I have no idea. You want to ground your arguments in little P's? Go for it. Meister, please. It's not FAQ Catechumen Day. H. Brazzi, or excuse me, Alan Yee, $5. Jay, so mean he made me give him $5. Congratulations on 160,000 subscribers. Thank you. Yeah, help me to hit 200. What's up, Meister?
Hello, do you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, I have a friend here in Sweden, you know, he's a Muslim, and he has started getting interested about Christianity, but the problem in Sweden is that we still have these old Muslim arguments from the 10 years back about the Quran being perfect and preserved, and all the miracles in the Quran and this crap, you know. And
well, the rest of the Muslim world doesn't make those arguments anymore about miracles of the Quran, but how does something being preserved make it true? It's a fallacy.
Yeah, I show him this, he's from Bosnia, you know, and I show him this English translation of the Quran in Swedish, but it's so corrupted, you know, that they are hiding the true sentences. And he has an interest about orthodoxy, but every time I bring up these dilemmas from the Quran, it's like I hit a wall, you know, I get stuck. And we've been talking about like...
You get stuck with what? How do you hit a wall? It's a really open and shut argument. What do you mean?
Yeah, but he's like, oh, how could Muhammad really do that? You know, when I show him, for example, Surah 98:6, where it says that Christians and Jews are the worst of creatures, he says, like, technically it says people of the book, you know. And, you know, these guys, they think that if it's not in Arabic, they think it's some Zionist psyop, you know, that's...
Well, I mean, I don't know what to tell you if he's going to be really hard-headed. I mean, it sounds like he has a unfalsifiable position. So if you show him something that's from Zionist propaganda, if you show him a contradiction, it's impossible because Muhammad can't contradict. Those are all just restating the thing in question. So, you would need to get him to understand that you can't just keep asserting the position. You have to actually address the objections. You can't just keep saying, well, that would never happen because Muhammad's a true prophet. Well, that's the thing in question. How do we know Muhammad's a true prophet? Because he doesn't contradict. The Quran's perfect. Yeah, but here's the problem with the Quran. Yeah, but that's not possible. That's Zionist propaganda. So it's just a bunch of unfalsifiables. That, unmute. That unmute.
Ya Allah, you spiritual whore. You spiritual whore. Ya Allah. Takbir! Allahu Akbar! Takbir! Allahu Akbar! Takbir! Allahu Akbar! Takbir! Allah.
His profile is Roman Catholic. So I'm assuming this is another Roman Catholic. This is, I mean, I think it's a good sign that the Roman Catholics are collapsing. So you have to hit request to speak, idiot. This is the Muslim who's been cussing me out all day. I know a lot of you soy people think that I'm just being mean to people. This is what you get. So you're going to deal with this kind of stuff on a daily basis. And you have to be heavy-handed because that's who you're dealing with. So this other Muslim who is all caps cussing all day literally just cannot. Here he is 4 minutes ago saying, all right, this is enough. I'm just blocking this guy. He's a waste of everybody's time. All he had to do was hit request to speak, so he's full of it. And it's probably him and all of his buddies that are doing this. What's up? Unmute. Fools and mortals. Unmute. Fools and mortals. Unmute, man. Come on. No one knows how to work
All right, I'm on. Can you hear me now?
Uh-huh.
Sorry about that. It's my first Spaces.
What's up, man? What's on your mind?
So, I just turned you guys on driving back from work, and, you know, all of this stuff is so conceptual. I mean, everybody has a story of God. Everybody likes to put God in the concept of either this or that. And
Well, you're doing that right now. You're using concepts to talk about what God is and isn't.
Right, but we have concepts that point to a thing, and so I'm using concepts to point to something.
But you're saying, but you're complaining about people doing what you're admitting that you do.
Right, but I haven't even completed my thought yet, and you're already cutting into it.
Because it's already inconsistent.
Well, you don't know what I'm going to say. You don't know what my thoughts are.
Well, your first point was inconsistent.
Okay, so you understand we all have to use concepts to point towards a thing.
Okay.
Right?
Uh-huh.
Some concepts put you in boxes with a this or that, like Christianity. It's like Christianity, you either join the party or you get punished and go to hell. And then if you choose, and you're
Yeah, but you're doing the exact same thing.
But I'm explaining to you what Christianity does.
But you're admitting that you're doing the same thing, so how are you in a better position?
I haven't gone to tell you what I'm talking about as far as my point about the universe.
Yeah, but you're already admitting that you're doing the same thing, so why would I listen to an argument that's based on a hypocritical approach?
Yeah, I don't think you understand what I'm saying. A concept points to something.
Uh-huh.
The best thing that you can do is use the best concepts to try to describe a thing that you're pointing to. When it comes to God, what do those three glyphs point to? G-O-D. They're three glyphs that humans use. They're three glyphs.
Letters?
Three different shapes.
Uh-huh.
In modern day, we call them letters. They're glyphs. We put them together, and it's pointing to something that's transcendent. What human primates do is they make up stories about the thing.
But you're telling a story right now, so you're doing the same thing again.
But I'm using a concept to point to something.
So, I mean, that's the thing that you complained about, but you complained about the thing that you're doing. So you're
not understanding what I'm saying.
I am understanding. It's just very low tier, and I'm trying to explain to you how it's a contradiction.
Okay, so I'm not telling you a story. A story would be a concept.
But you are. You're using the very things and concepts that you just said Christians do, and you're telling a story about what Christians and religions do. You're telling a story.
I'm telling you factually what it is, the story.
The fact that you call it a fact doesn't make it not a story.
Okay, you understand the story that Christianity has about God, right?
And you're telling a rival story.
No, I am telling you what. Okay, I'm trying to simply mirror back to you what it is Christians believe.
It's not going to work. It's not going to work with a presuppositionalist. Do you have an actual argument or just assertions of stories? Because you have a rival story. Do you have an argument you want to make, or are you just going to yap all day?
Well, you know what? I'm not yapping, and I think you're being very disingenuous. I'm trying to explain.
It says
to
open
you
debate.
understanding.
Okay, so when people come to open debate, they get treated like it's a debate.
That's fine.
And your first point was a contradiction, and you're missing the fact that you're doing the very thing that you're critiquing.
It's not a contradiction. I'm using words to try to explain to you my understanding.
You're
of that
telling
which
a
you
story using concepts. That's the very thing you said Christians do as a complaint.
So you're saying that when I share with someone else what it is Christians believe, that I am telling a story?
You're complaining about what we do, and you have a rival story. So you're doing the same thing.
I'm simply giving you an example of what a concept is that points to what we call God.
And I'm just pointing out that you're doing the same thing because that's unavoidable.
I'm not telling you a story. I'm explaining to you.
But
the
you are.
concept.
Your explanation is your worldview story about what Christians do. You don't see that?
I know exactly what Christians believe.
I don't care. That's not addressing what I'm pointing out, that you're doing the exact same thing.
By talking?
You're telling a rival story, a rival account.
What's my rival story that I'm telling?
You have this concept, G-O-D, the glyphs, and we call it this God, and it's a transcendent concept that you're telling a story.
Do you claim to be a Christian?
Okay, here we go with the piety signaling. Are you going to make an argument? Where is your actual argument? Where is your actual argument? You're not even a Christian. We're not going to listen to you.
And mocked me in front of everybody.
Yeah, because your arguments are dumb. They're bad.
Because that is what Christians are. You're
right.
evil.
So now, we're evil when you got called out for a bad argument. Can you make an actual argument?
Jehovah is evil. You're not going to win with me, buddy. I know more about Christianity than you and the rest of your buddies.
Okay, right. So let's hear an actual argument. Where's an actual argument?
Keep laughing, hypocrite.
Where's your actual argument?
You don't know what you're talking about.
I'm happy to address your argument. You've already got refuted once.
But you haven't. You just went in circles.
No, I pointed out your contradiction.
No, you didn't. I was pointing out exactly what it is, the concept of the Christian belief system, and I was telling you about the concept of God, which you made fun of me for.
Because you don't even see. Shut up. Stop yapping. This is not a place for you to yap. All right. This is because your arguments are so dumb. That's why. Do you not understand how dumb the arguments are? The arguments are so dumb that I'm laughing. That's why.
That's why people shouldn't become Christians. For people like you.
Right.
There's no
You're whining and whining and whining. Nobody cares about your whining. Can you make an actual argument? All right, we're done.
You're like Andrew Wilson.
So that guy's a Gnostic, by the way. Shocker, right? Literally doing the very thing that he thinks is the kill shot. But they're oblivious to the fact that he's telling a rival story.
Yeah, no self-awareness whatsoever.
Zero self-awareness, exactly. Go ahead, unmute.
Right.
Yep.
Can you hear me?
Uh-huh.
Hey, Jay, I was at your conference in Florida on iconography, and I asked you a question, and I looked for the recording of it. It was confusing to me at the point where I was in my learning, so I'm wondering if I could ask you that question again. It was...
Okay.
It's our buddy Dave. You remember, Dave's a wonderful supporter of our work, Jay.
Okay.
Hey, Father Deacon. I'm going to see you in Montana. Anyways, the question was, you were talking about all the theophanies. And I was confused about, at the baptism, when God the Father said, "This is my Son in whom I'm well pleased." How did God the Father enter into space and time to do that if the theophanies were all Jesus?
I said that every theophany is triadic, but we don't have the incarnation of the Father or the Spirit. The Icon Council, the Moscow Icon Councils addressed this issue in the volume 2 of the Lavsky and Ouspensky book. They talk about energetic manifestations proper to the Father or to the Holy Spirit, but they're not the incarnation of the hypostasis of the Father or the Spirit. So, for example, a dove appears. The Holy Spirit's not a dove. It's an energetic manifestation of the Holy Spirit as a dove. Tongues of fire appear in Acts. The Holy Spirit is not a tongue of fire. It's an energetic manifestation proper to the Spirit, proper to the Father. They are not incarnations of the Father or the Spirit. And every action is triadic, but every person has a unique role in that single action of the triad.
Okay. Now, in your answer at the conference, you started talking about modes, which kind of threw me off.
Well, I don't exactly remember the conference off the top of my head, but mode is very important to the triad because mode tells us how and in what way God is acting or is present. For example, the Son of God took on the mode of being a human being in the incarnation. So mode is answers the question of how a thing is or in what way a thing is.
Okay. So I'm going to look for the Ospensky book. My priest recommends Vladimir Lasky. By the way, thanks to you and Father Deacon, I'm going to be chrismated on Friday.
Awesome, man. Many years to David. I'm glad to hear that, and hopefully that answers your question. It is a difficult question, but the other book that you might want to read in terms of mode is Free Choice in St. Maximus. There's a whole chapter about mode in Christology, and really in Christology is really, I think, the best area or way to see mode, particularly the chapter called The Psychology of Willing. Crusader. Unmute.
Hey Jay, can you hear me?
Yep.
Longtime fan. I saw Libertarian in here, so I had a few questions. Also, hello, Father. Just wanted to ask a few questions here. What kind of, so I guess I'll go from the Libertarian argument. What kind of monarchy do you support? I know it's a political question, so getting away from religious, but...
I mean, I don't think there's a specific necessary type. It's just that the hierarchical form of a king representing his people is the classic Orthodox traditional form of governance, and most particularly a Byzantine imperium structure.
Perfect. Okay. I had a question with the Byzantine structure. I know they didn't have a strong, how should I say, familial connection. It like there was no divine right compared to the Western monarchs who had you had the
well, they're right, but I mean what I'm saying is ideally you could have an Orthodox imperium, and then within the imperium you have the kingdoms. So the kingdoms can be self-determining, they could be hereditary, they could be whatever they want. Within the structure of a Byzantine imperium that is not necessarily hierarchical either.
Okay, so it's kind of broad. Like you can have a family, for example, the Romanovs in Russia had that kind of hereditary monarchy, and then in Western Europe you also had that. But in the Byzantine Empire you had almost like a strong aristocracy that could kind of overthrow it.
Yes, it was revolutionary at times.
Okay, and do you have any, I know this is a debate stream, but do you have any good videos on that, or maybe even Orthodox books on poli-sci? I kind of approach it because I'm a history major.
Pabianatsiev's book, Reflections of a Russian Statesman.
Perfect, thank you very much, and have a great night.
Thank you. Research. Where are all the opponents? We've only had 2 opponents tonight. It's open forum. If you want to call in, you can call in right here. You can feel free to smash me and Father Deacon Ananias. This is your chance.
Hello. Well, I was going to ask, would Orthodoxy say that a Jew would be technically a real Jew would be required to accept their Messiah? Therefore, a real Jew is a Christian now in Orthodoxy, or if that makes any sense?
The only way to be a, quote, real Jew is to be in Christ, Galatians 3.
Yeah. So is that what Orthodoxy's position would be?
That's Paul's position, correct.
Okay. And so the new Israel is the church. It's not a physical nation or location.
Correct.
Which is why Orthodoxy wouldn't be Zionist.
Correct.
Okay. Well, that's really all I have to say.
Yeah, no, good question. If you look at Galatians 6:16, Galatians 3, Matthew 21, where Jesus says the kingdom of God is taken from. Listen, guys, tonight it's open debate. So if you disagree, if you're a Protestant, a Muslim, a Roman Catholic, an atheist, Black Hebrew Israelite, Hebrew roots, hit request to speak and I'll bring you up. It's not FAQ night. Crack.
Hey, so I read Dr. Farrell's book, God, History, and Dialectic, and it was very, had a strong anti-Augustine sentiment, and I'm just wondering, what is the Orthodox take on, do we, accept Augustine, or
Yep.
is he,
Yes, he's a saint, but many saints made mistakes, so there's nothing about Orthodoxy that says the saints are infallible. Gregory of Nyssa got things wrong. The many church fathers got the canon of scripture wrong. It's okay. There's no expectation that the church fathers have perfect theology. Eucharistic.
Hello, can you hear me?
Uh-huh.
Hey, what's up, Jay?
Hey.
Hey, so I got a question on God's omniscience. I'm coming more from a Protestant background.
Mm-hmm.
And there's something called open theism. And I was wondering, in Eastern Orthodoxy, how do they reconcile God's omniscience and how it works in time? Like, does God change his mind?
No, God has omniscience. He doesn't have updated new knowledge. That's an Arian type of argument. We're not open theists. So that's a heresy within the Protestant world. God doesn't update and learn new facts.
So when the Bible says that Jesus grew in wisdom, what does that mean?
It's referring to his human nature. His human nature did experience all the things that our human nature and human mind experienced. Jesus has two minds, a divine mind and a human mind. And the human mind, the human body, it all did really progress. But the divine person of the Word did not gain new knowledge or new facts. So, appreciate the question. Steven, what's up, man? Guys, it's open forum today. You can call in through right here, X space. If you disagree, if you'd like to refute me, prove me wrong. Steven, unmute.
Hi, Jay. Thank you for having me on your program. And hello, Father. Thank you for being here. I'm a Protestant, and I'm actually in a debate with my pastor. A couple weeks ago, my pastor made the claim that on the cross, when Jesus says, Eloi, Eloi, lama sabachthani, that, God is forsaking God, so to speak, to simplify what he said. Now, as far as I understand, that creates a problem of polytheism where, one person of the Trinity can't contradict the Trinity. So
Right, so how is that even possible, right? Perichoresis would be undone, the divine indwelling, that the persons indwell one another. You can't have contrary wills within the Trinity, the Father setting his will against the Son, because they all have one will. There's one will in God. I mean, it's just stupid on so many levels.
I tend to agree, and we're going to be having a meeting coming up next week. He said he's open to discuss it with me, and I'm trying to steelman what his best position would be on that. And I'm thinking the only thing that I can come from a Protestant understanding would be in the Garden of Gethsemane when Jesus prays, "Not my will but thine, Father."
Yeah, but that's his human will, which has a natural desire to not undergo death. That's Jesus as a divine person submitting his human will to the divine will.
Okay, and okay, correct. And so Jesus has two wills: one a human will, and then one is the divine will, which is one will in the Trinity. I'm trying to think of his objection might be to that.
Well, it can't be him submitting his divine will to the Father because he has the same will as the Father. So it must of necessity be his human will. And we know that Jesus had what we call the blameless passions, and one of those blameless passions is the desire to flee death. That's a good thing.
Okay, I'm writing that down, the blameless passions.
Yep. So look up, you want to read Maximus the Confessor. It's question 23, I think, in the Ambigua. Or maybe it's at the Lasium 23. I can't remember, but just look up St. Maximus on the blameless passions.
Okay, I will do that. Thank you so much for taking my call, Jay. I've been listening about 6 months, and sure. I'm very involved in my church, and you've more or less convinced me about a lot of things, and I'm slowly making decisions. I am very involved. I'm a member in the music team. My daughter was baptized there, so I just thank you for your wisdom and helping me understand.
Yeah, man. Well, I appreciate it. Feel free to reach out with any questions you have anytime, and thank you for being a nice civil person. We've not had civil people tonight. We've had some fussy weirdos. Orthodoxy is a tar $5. Would Catholicism's quote universalism be debunked by the simple fact that Latin was the only language of the Mass, while the Orthodox have a liturgy in a local language? I don't know that any Roman Catholic would find that as something to debunk their quote universalism. I mean, more specifically, the idea that the whole church is organized around one guy in Rome seems to not be very universal to me. That seems to be very particular. So I think that's maybe a better path of that argument. Jonathan, what's up, man?
Hey, Jay, thanks for having me.
What's up?
A little off topic. I'm a Protestant. You spoke to me briefly recently, but I'm pissed at God, man. And so I don't know if this is a forum where you would help me work through
Well, I'm not trying to be rude, but I mean, it is open debate, Catholicism, Protestantism, Islam, atheism. And so when you say off topic, what exactly do you mean?
What I mean is I'm struggling with progressive sanctification and mortification of the flesh. And like, how does that, like, I mean, if you're following Christ for years and you're seeing no progress on your sin.
And you're Protestant? I don't know.
Yes.
Well, that's your problem. So.
Well, I mean, aren't we all part of the capital C global corporate church?
No. Where'd you get that idea?
I'm not sure where I got the idea. I would just assume that, you know, if you repent and accept Christ, get baptized, and
no, the Orthodox Church is the only true church. There's not 1,000 different churches that make up the one true church.
So by that logic, would it follow then that anyone not Orthodox will end up in quote unquote Gehenna?
Well, I'm not here to judge you personally, but the point is rather that the power and the medicine of immortality is only in the Orthodox Church and its sacraments. Thomas, what's up? But thank you for your question. You gotta unmute. Thomas, what's up? Roman Catholic Thomas, unmute. And then he leaves. Unreal. And the Roman Catholics are on a roll tonight. They're just freaking out, acting like demons, screaming, cussing. They're going nuts tonight. Did Francis do something? Like, why are the Roman Catholics going crazy tonight? I don't understand. Caucus 2 pounds. Say Christ is Lord, Christ is Lord. H. Brosy, $5. That's like the 5th Skittles demon to manifest on your live streams in the last month. Roman Catholics are eclipsing Gnostics and Prelest. Yeah, they're on a roll tonight. Debate Jacob Hansen on the Trinity, KP, $2. Give him the link. Guys, the purpose of the open streams is for you to give these people the link right here. Give them the link, and then they can come and debate. I'm not giving a platform to every Mormon with 200 followers. That's what these are for them to come. Tomas, you want to try again? No, you dropped off again. Go ahead. Unmute. Loan $5. The Greek word pistis for faith. Is that nominal or does it include action? Well, I mean, Paul tells you that the only faith that counts is the one working through love. Are there research articles on this? I'm sure there are some, but I mean, just read the other texts in the scripture that talk about the faith that counts is the one that worketh through love, as Paul says to the Galatians. Edo Tolkien, $15. What are the best books on systems analysis? I have no idea. Maybe something basic like what's that guy's book? Dr. Jason Lyle's book, Ultimate Proof, just as a start. Okay, here we go with another screaming Roman Catholic fake profile. What's up? Tradcath, unmute. I can tell it's a fake profile. What's up?
Oh, Jay Dyer, give me your babies.
There you go. This is what the Roman Catholics have tonight.
Oh, you can tell because 0 followers. That says.
I know. That's why I knew. I could tell it was a fake profile. Yeah. It's just one guy is just making the same profile over and over. We do have 100 and something plus tonight. What's up? All right, here we got Tiger. What's up, Tiger? Tiger Tanaka. What's up, man? Unmute.
Hello.
Hey.
Hey. So I'm an atheist. So
okay.
Why do you think that God exists?
Well, if God didn't exist, then I would not be able to make any knowledge claims that are coherent and justifiable, and that's a pretty good argument to start out with for God's existence.
So, do you believe in science?
Yeah.
So how can both exist at the same time, science and God?
Well, I would argue that science isn't possible without God's existence.
I see. I beg to differ.
Okay, what's your argument against that?
Well, science, we wouldn't need science if God was true. Because we wouldn't need, science is trying to understand our surroundings and
well, maybe God wants us to do that.
Cetera.
Maybe God wants us to understand our surroundings.
How do you know?
Well, I mean, I have a divine revelation that I believe in. And being made in the image of God, I have the reasoning faculty. I have the ability to, learn about the world. I have sense data. All those things are faculties that I have given to me to understand the world. And divine revelation itself tells me that God wants me to understand and shape the world, much like He is a creator and is a fashioner of the beautiful world. So I have a mandate from God to operate in that way.
I see. Would I also have that mandate?
You do, but you're currently an enemy of God because you are an atheist.
Oh, I'm an enemy.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not a Satanist.
You don't have to be a Satanist to be an enemy.
So if they're not Christian, then they're not a friend, they're an enemy.
Yeah, you're either in the kingdom of Christ or you're not.
Interesting. What about purgatory?
I'm not a Roman Catholic,
enemies?
so I don't believe in purgatory.
Oh, heaven or hell, no middle. Interesting.
What do you think science is?
It is the attempt at understanding our existence, and I guess it's like trying to figure out our existence, explaining things.
Does it have any things or principles that it works on?
There is the scientific theory they've constructed. Now I don't know if I can't say.
So there's only one scientific theory that they've constructed, or is there many theories?
No, I'm sure they've probably made up a whole bunch of them, but who knows if they are completely tried and true or not.
Okay, but science itself, is that something that relies on math and logic and certain ordered principles and structures?
I would say yes.
Okay. Where do you find those things to be? Something like logic.
Where would I find logic in science?
Does science utilize logic? I'm saying, does it assume it and presuppose it?
Yes, but scientists try not to conflate correlation with causation and vice versa.
That's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you if logic itself is something that science presupposes.
No.
So science doesn't need or use logic? So science is illogical?
No. Scientists don't leverage logic in their research when they have their findings.
Okay, so they write irrational papers when they try to present their papers.
No, they use data and.
Well, when they write sentences, are they logically constructed?
Sure.
So, but you just said they don't use logic. Now they do?
No. It's you're asking me a question about logic.
Are you drunk right now? You sound half drunk. Are you drunk?
Perspective.
Are you drunk?
What'd you say? No.
Okay. Does science use logic? You said no. Now you're saying yes. Which is it?
Well, you now asked this at a broader sense.
No, I'm being very precise.
Science uses logic? Yes.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so it's not. So they do now. So you disagree with what you said a few minutes ago.
Science uses logic.
Okay. Where is logic? What is logic?
Where is logic? Logic doesn't have a location.
How do you know? Has that been scientifically proven?
No, it is a understanding of. We've put meaning in the word logic. It does not have a location. It is not a noun.
Oh, so you believe in things that you can't prove. So you're superstitious. You're a theist.
No.
That's your answer? Just no?
I'm not a theist. I'm not superstitious.
You just said that you believe in something that you can't prove or demonstrate and you don't know where it is. So you're a superstitious theist.
No, I'm saying that logic is not a noun.
What is it then?
It doesn't have a location.
It's not a. Is it a verb? Are we logicking? What is it? It does. Okay, where is it? So you believe in things that don't exist.
Just what you said doesn't make sense.
It just doesn't compute with your messed up worldview. Like, so you believe in things that don't exist, like logic, right? You said they're not under a microscope. They're not.
How do I know it doesn't exist? I don't know that it doesn't exist.
Okay, this is like this is.
Therefore,
good luck, man. Good luck. Marcel, if you ask me a catechumen question, I'm immediately going to move on. Just going to tell you right now. And if you call me mean, I'm sorry. You get your butt feelings butt hurt. I'm logicking. It's a verb. What's up?
Peace of Jesus Christ be with you, Brother J. Dyer and Father Deacon Ananias. I'm a very big fan of yours. I've seen like many of your like your discussions, like And
Okay, thank you.
like,
What's on your mind?
Yeah, so I saw a title where it said like Muslim. So I just want to ask you this question because since you have like debated the Atheist as well as the Ash'ari position, so they believe that Kalam Allah is uncreated, right?
They believe what?
That the speech of Allah is uncreated, right?
Yeah.
And it's like they cannot comprehend it or something like that, right?
Yeah. Well, the authorities say that you don't know the modality or whatever.
The Quran itself is the speech of Allah. So are they saying like they don't understand the Quran at all?
Again, that's the precise point of contention: is what is the created object that we have in our hands versus the uncreated speech of Allah. So there's different answers from different schools as to the relationship between the uncreated speech and the actual physical book, the Quran.
Yeah, that's
You'll never get a consistent answer because it's precisely where they can't. Even the Shia, like Dr. Khalil, he just says, oh, well, there's an uncreated Quran, but that's the speech of Allah to Gabriel. So he just moves the problem back a step and says that it's the uncreated Arabic speech or whatever that Gabriel has. Well, that's moving the problem back a step because Gabriel's just another creature. So
right.
How does another creature that you add in as an extra step solve the dilemma of the uncreated and the created?
I mean, when they say there is nothing like Allah, I feel like that is kind of similar like the Hindus' position, like Advaita Vedanta or like paternalistic position where they believe like God is like absolutely transcendent, it's like monistic.
Right. Yeah, it's inconsistent. I mean, there's just no, and they're not going to have any answer. They're not going to be any school that solves that question. Mason. This is going to be the same guy again. Yep. Unmute.
Hello?
Yep.
Hey, how's it going? I'm a Reformed Baptist. I guess you'd consider me a slow boy. Kinda. I just got into learning about Eastern Orthodoxy. Quick question, is open theism allowed in Eastern Orthodoxy? Is that like a tolerable position?
No, it's a heterodox position. God's omniscient.
Okay. All right. The reason I ask is I tried going on, I guess, Reddit on the Orthodox subreddit and talking about some stuff.
Don't go there. That's the worst place to go.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I watch a lot of your videos, and I'll get responses on there that just seem heretical to...
Yep.
Yeah. Another quick question. Do you guys... I watched some of your older videos on books you recommend. And I'm kind of curious, like, what kind of order you'd like. I want to read the Church Fathers and stuff and get more into church history. But I'm kind of afraid of, like, how much philosophy do I have to know? Like, do I need to read Aristotle to understand?
I mean, for some of them, I mean, you might want to read the easier non-philosophical type treatises first. I mean, I would say read Athanasius on the Incarnation, read Basil's, on the Holy Spirit, read the Theological Orations of Gregory Nazianzus, read the Apostolic Fathers, and then branch out into the more philosophical stuff if you would like to. Nikolai, guys, remember, no FAQ questions, please. We're looking for people who disagree. I'm looking for people who are Roman Catholic, who are Muslim.
Hey, Jay, can you hear me?
Uh-huh.
Hey, yeah, so I just got a quick question. Have you noticed a trend among, like, more reformed people, James White, Raheem Zoomer, those kind of guys, abandoning even trying to defend Sola Scriptura? Instead, they're attacking, like, our position, like, on the canon, so they're, like, being hypercritical. And would you say that's a scholastic kind of orientation? It's actually a result of their way of thinking, or do you think it's just them trying to avoid the topic altogether?
I think they're just collapsing and worrying about people leaving to Orthodoxy, and they don't know what to do other than to just attack because they don't have good answers. But I think you're very perceptive to notice that you're on the right track. HT. Unmute. It's open forum. If you'd like to call in to debate, you can request to speak, and I'll bring you on. We're looking for people who disagree, who are Roman Catholic, who are Muslim, who are Protestant, who are atheist. If you'd like to request to speak, you can. But I'm looking for people who disagree and would like to debate the topic. Remember, the debating means that you make an actual argument. It's not for you to preach your pet theories, your whatever you believe. It's for you to come up and ask serious questions to prove your point. Thomas?
Hey, so I just missed the beginning. What is the specific debate on? Because I probably do have a point.
Well, you were just in here. What do you mean?
Well, so I had audio issues, and so I was going on and off. That's why.
Well, the debate topic is anything to do with Catholicism, Islam, Protestantism, atheism versus me.
Great. So yeah, I'm new to. I'm a Catholic, but I have a lot of tendencies towards Orthodoxy in general. So
Right.
I'm just kind of here to learn. I'm young, but but I guess my question is, so I've been doing some research on the Eastern Catholic churches that are in union with Rome. Would you I guess my question is, especially like with the Ruthenians and how they are in communion with Rome, but they want to work within the church to revive, to get back to the union we once had.
No, go watch David Erhan's video on Eastern Catholicism, but it's not FAQ tonight. I appreciate you coming, but no, we're looking for people who disagree to debate. What's up, man? Watch David Erhan's video on Eastern Catholicism. Unmute. What's up?
So I'm like a really big Catholic. Jay Dyer, don't leave me, Jay Dyer. Jay Dyer, don't leave me, please.
There's nothing else going on in that guy's life. He's just making fake profiles nonstop. Do not come on here unless you have an actual topic to debate. So I don't mind bringing you guys up. I'm not talking about that guy. I'm talking about the Orthodox people in the chat. Because I'm looking for people who disagree. If you're Catholic, if you're Muslim, if you're Protestant, if you're atheist, if you're Black Hebrew Israelite, if you are a Christian Zionist, a dispensationalist, you're welcome to come up. Do not come and ask me your basic Orthodox questions, or I will immediately move on, and then you're going to cry and bitch and moan that I'm evil and mean. But I'm telling you right now that I'm not doing that. We're not doing FAQ. What's up, man?
What's up, Jay? How you doing?
What's on your mind?
I just got a question. It's look, I'm inquiring into Orthodoxy myself, but I've got a cousin that we both sort of came back onto the path of Christianity around the same time, but he's now looking into something called full Preterism. I'm just wondering if you've got any stuff.
Go back to about 1 hour ago in this discussion, and we responded to the full preterist. So about an hour ago. Santos Jimenez, $20. Any input on the Book of Enoch? Is it foundational for the Bible? I don't know that it's foundational for the Bible. It's non-canonical, but we do think that it has accurate tradition because it's cited in Jude 3. Is the zodiac in the Bible? Yeah, the Bible does mention the zodiac. But that's because all the ancient world, they didn't have scientific categories for the, precession of the equinox or whatever and the movement of the celestial sphere. They used the houses of the zodiac. And that's why if you read John Damascus, he will also mention the house of the zodiac. Doesn't mean that they were astrologers. That's just how the ancient medieval world looked at and calculated the seasons. Let's talk God, $5. That guy earlier was Gnostic propaganda, correct. That's why he didn't want to actually have a discussion. every time I pointed out that he was making the same type of argument that he was criticizing, he just denied it because he wanted to he just wanted to preach Gnosticism. That's all it was. Slow boy, $1. St. Maximus says, the unoriginate nous ineffably begot the Logos and sent out the Spirit. Therefore we profess that God and Master of all is a consubstantial Trinity. Why is the Father called unoriginate nous? Because sometimes the Church Fathers call the Father the mind. It doesn't mean that he's identical to mind, because they all have a common mind. So it's using mind in a analogous way to the way that some of the early apologists said that God the Father is like the mind then he speaks the word, the Logos, right? So these are different ways of describing the hypostatic properties of Father as source, as cause, and here he's likened to mind. So the word nous is not being used in the same sense of heart the way it's used in other passages. It's just being used there of mind. Cookie.
Oh shit. Yeah, I'm just letting you know this is off topic.
Well, why'd you even call in if it's off topic, man? I mean, I'm not trying to be mad. I mean, it's just like people get... They do the very thing that I asked you guys not to do. Because I'm looking for people who disagree. And then when they come in with the things that are not on topic, and then I say I'm moving on, then it becomes a thing where they say, look, see how mean he is? See how rude? See how awful he is? He's just so mean. Well, dude, why are you even here, man, if you, like... Just get out of here, dude. Like, what's your point? I'm talking to the atheist guy. Nobody's making you be here, dude. So it's open forum for people who disagree. I need to hear an actual argument, though. I need to hear an argument from Catholics, from Muslims, from Protestants, from atheists, from Black Hebrew Israelites, from dispensationalists, from premillennial Christian Zionists. If you'd like to call in, you can. Hit request to speak and I'll bring you up. Nobody sends $20. I just want to throw in some support your way. Heisenberg, do not ask me an FAQ question, man. I'll tell you I'm going to lose it if you guys do. I'm just not going to be able to take it. Please do not ask me FAQs. Like, why does no one... This doesn't register with anyone. I don't get it. And then when I say it, they don't care. The people don't care, and they just ask their questions anyway. And then if I say I'm not going to do it, then they get mad. So you see how stupid this is? It's just like, what's up, man? Let's have another fake Roman Catholic. What's up?
Hey, how's it going?
Yeah.
White boy! White boy!
No, we got the black guy back. Heisenberg.
Yo, Jay.
Mm-hmm.
What's up? Watching this, would you debate this guy on YouTube? He's live right now, and he's called Deconstruction Zone. He has like a big platform, like on TikTok and YouTube. Would you ever like think about doing that? Because I just see there's like no opposition here.
Tell him to call in. How big is the platform?
He has like 1K viewers like live right now, and on TikTok he has like the same amount.
Why don't you guys take in the link and see if he'll call in?
All right.
Guys, the link is right there. We have also over 1,000 here. We had 1,300 earlier. Let's Talk God, $5. And we read that. Glitchy Rhythm, $2. Smack Talk. FS, $10. Roommate in college had a custom text tone of you saying, quote, we went from talking about Islam and the Knights Templar to booty portals. It was from an old Tripoli episode. That's how I found you. Well, that's a good way to find me. Appreciate that. That's what I like to hear. Zeus. What's up, Zeus? Unmute Zeus. Unmute Zeus. Is this your first time on the interweb?
No, Jay. I've been about for a while. I hadn't realised I'd actually pressed the mic button. That's okay. What's the topic
I
of
can't.
conversation?
I can't even understand what the hell you're saying, man. I'm sorry. I need to please speak English in a clear, precise way if you call in, because I can't understand what that is. Ace Brazi, $5. Jay, you don't understand the fact that a 20-year-old online apologist can curse you out is proof that Catholicism is true. It doesn't bother me. It's just more confirmation of how pathetic Roman Catholicism is. I think it's funny. Let's see. If you want to call in and disagree, that's what the link is for. I'm not taking your FAQ questions, and it doesn't matter how many times I say this. People are going to just ask me your FAQ questions. What do you say about predestination? What do you say about PSA? What about open theism? What do you say about the problem of evil? What do you say about fasting and dieting? What do you say about the canons when it relates to priests doing this or that I disagree with? What do you say about the blood? Like, does no one have any interesting questions or objections? Like, it's all the boring stuff. It's so boring. Those things are so boring. They put me to sleep. There's got to be somebody who disagrees. And it's not going to work, dude, because I can already recognize the fake profiles. So we're looking at people who disagree. If you'd like to come on into debate, if you are a Muslim, if you're a Protestant, if you're a Roman Catholic, a Papist, an Atheist, a Christian dispensationalist, the link is right there. You can call in and ask questions pertaining to the things that we disagree on. Pierce. What's up, Pierce?
Hey, can you hear me?
Uh-huh.
Hey, yeah, so I guess I have a question on what is the, I guess, so not to, just to be transparent, I'm Catholic, so what's the position on, what is the Orthodox position on what's the goal for the alignment of the church and politics? Because I guess the criticisms I hear typically coming from your guys' end is that, obviously the temporal authority of obviously the Pope, namely, but it's like, what is the end goal? Do you want the Orthodox Church to have any influence over earthly politics at all? And what does that look like in an ideal end goal scenario?
So the traditional position is symphonia, where church and state work in harmony in their respective spheres. That's the normative position in the first 1,000 years of Christianity.
Okay, so I guess I'm trying to have trouble reconciling kind of what the, so if the say in the end goal there, it's I guess one of the criticisms is obviously one being the Pope saying a standing army, and if the obviously you could say say in another sphere, maybe an Orthodox bishop doesn't have a standing army, but he has significant influence in that symphonia over his
so there's two spheres, right? Bishops don't.
It's an extra step,
Bishops don't.
He still has an army.
Hush. So please just stop for a second. It's okay.
My fault.
Maybe there's a delay. So the canons of Chalcedon forbid priests or clerics from being involved in civil service, right? So that's the point of two spheres. And the ancient traditional first 1,000 years of Christianity symbol of the imperium is a Byzantine double-headed eagle, right? One head of the eagle is church, the other head is state. So there's really no need for bishops to have standing armies. What you have is a Christian king or emperor and a Christian bishopric or church that works together in harmony, but they have respective spheres of influence. So there is no need for a super bishop with a standing army, because you have a Christian king or ruler that handles the affairs of state.
Yes, I'm just saying, it's in that perfect harmony. Isn't that basically having a standing army, just with it's one step removed?
No, it's spheres of influence. There's limitations. The church doesn't involve itself in fighting battles and whatever. That's the state. So.
Yeah, sure. I guess there's one side of it where I see obviously the church is the head of the moral authority. but at the same time, like, it's not just the spiritual world, it's the physical, and there's obviously like physical threats. And if you're in that position of power where, like, the church is like held in high reverence, and it's, very, very involved in the politics of the locations it's in, I guess, like, like at some point, like, you're gonna have to get involved with physical force, because you got to protect your people at that point.
Again, I don't understand the question, because that's what the monarch does. That's his job. So I don't understand your question or your projection. You understand the critique of the temporal supremacy of the Pope is that he violated the canons. And it's based on made-up fraudulent documents like the donation of Constantine.
Again, that okay. Like, I guess the question was more, again, I'll look at, again, I can look more into Chalcedon. I understand that, but again, I guess, like, I just don't. You're saying they can't be a civil servant. I get the, obviously, like,
what?
Like,
who can't? What are you talking about?
So you're saying that a bishop can't be a civil servant?
A bishop is not a servant of the state. He's not a warrior. Correct. He's not a magistrate.
Well, right.
What's unclear about that? Yeah, they have respective spheres. SPHERES, spheres.
Okay.
Do you not? You don't.
I understand. So it's basically, so like, a bishop cannot have his own army, but if he has his king that they're working together have it, then it's okay.
I mean, are you not aware of the way the church operated in the first 1,000 years? I'm not being an asshole. It's an honest question.
No. I mean, I understand. Again, I guess, well, maybe I don't understand. I'm just...
So, like, if you go read the Seventh Ecumenical Council, the bishops come at the request of the emperor and the empress. And they talk about the God-ordained emperor and the God-ordained empress. And the bishops and the priests lay out and formulate the theology of the council. Do the bishops and priests then say, now go to war for us? No. So, again, what I don't understand what's unclear to you.
I mean, I guess that makes, again, I just, like, it's a unique position in there. Well, I guess
what
not
is?
So.
What's in a unique position?
Again, it's just like, as the church grows as an influence, obviously, like, as a, the need for, say, like, military, like, when the church first was started, wasn't necessary, obviously, because there's, it's a small church. And
are you talking about that? Are you just talking about the like, soldiers that can protect the church?
Yeah.
Okay, but what does that have to do with the Pope's temporal power and authority? That's a totally different thing.
I mean, I guess it's like, at the end of the day, it's like, what's wrong with the Pope, again, having, or the church, if it's truly instituted by Christ, what's wrong with it having that authority?
Because it's already forbidden for members of the clergy to be involved in roles of the state. How can a priest or a bishop run an empire at the same time as feed a flock? It just doesn't even make sense in a practical sense. Furthermore, it's forbidden by the canons. Jesus didn't give the apostles temporal worldly power and dominion. And the papacy's temporal supremacy was premised on a fraudulent document, and it's said that you have to believe in it to be saved. Do you not see this as a problem?
So here's what I'll do. Can you please tell me what the fraudulent document is so I can look into it?
Donation of Constantine, the most famous fraud in history.
Okay, so let me look into that. Again, I'm not coming in here saying I know everything. I don't. Obviously, that's why I'm asking. But
okay.
I appreciate it.
So Unum Sanctum is the document from Pope Boniface VIII in 1302. And at the last paragraph of this very short document says, if you want to be saved, you don't just have to believe that the Pope has spiritual authority over the world. He also is a world emperor and ruler and has authority over all kings as King of Kings. That is not taught anywhere in the first 1,000 years of Christianity. This is a new dogma based on the fraudulent donation of Constantine. Why do I have to believe in 1302 in the temporal supremacy of the Roman bishop to be saved when nobody else had to believe that for the first 1,000 years?
Well, Well, I mean, do you want the state being the highest authority, or do you want the church?
You're not. This is irrelevant to the point that doctrine doesn't change and contradict. You're making a pragmatic argument, which, by the way, doesn't follow, because if that's the case, then it would have been true during the first 1,000 years of Christianity. So this ad hoc new pragmatic argument doesn't address the fact that, was this not a problem in the first 1,000 years of Christianity? Why did the church see fit in the canons of Chalcedon to forbid priests and bishops from being state rulers?
Yeah, and that's a fair point. I'm still, I'm just, it's like, who do you want, like, having that authority if you had to pick?
Do you not understand that the point is that the state has its legitimate authority to deal with affairs of warfare and protectionism and economics and money printing and all the things that the state does. You can't have the church and the bishops being warriors and kings. They're not. They're not in the Old Testament. Did God have Israel having the priests and the kings do the same thing, or were they different roles?
They were different roles.
And the church throughout the first 1,000 years followed that same principle.
Okay. No. Okay, I understand that. So, yeah, fair enough. So I'm thinking through these things. I appreciate it.
No, I mean, they're good questions. I appreciate you working through it. Yeah. I'm just having a hard time understanding the specific area of what's not clear.
Yeah. I guess I guess just laying it out, it's essentially like I feel like sometimes the arguments are like, oh, the Pope is acting like a monarch. Yeah. And like that, whereas in Orthodoxy it's a lot more democratic, and I'm like, I don't know if that's necessarily.
Nobody made that argument.
Like, I feel like
that's not the argument. That's a straw man. The argument is that.
No. I don't mean. I'm not trying to. I mean, like, I feel like there's this underlying. Oh well, like democracy good. So like there's.
What does democracy have to do with it? None of this has anything to do with democracy. Nobody in the ancient and medieval church world was a Democrat. There's nothing to do with this. What are you talking about?
I guess, I'm not saying the early church made this argument, but it's like, well, we don't like that.
Where is democracy anywhere in this? Where is democracy anywhere in this?
No, and not in the sense of the word, but like a democratized, like, church structure that, like, it's like there is no.
You're confusing You're confusing decentralized with democratic. That's different.
Okay, fair enough. That's a better word. Let's use that. Decentralized. Like, it's like, because it's decentralized. Because we have this, natural desire.
How were bishops ordained in the first 1,000 years of the church?
They had the hands laid on by a previous bishop, or that's.
Was it done? Chill out, bro. Was it done locally, or did they all submit and ask Rome who was the bishop?
It would have been done locally to start.
Right. They didn't ask Rome. That's a that's a late medieval invention where Rome says, now you must ask Rome for every bishop in the world's approval. So do you think that's democratic? Or is that just the way the church functioned for the first 1,000 years?
That would have been just how it functioned then. Yeah. So, yeah, that's a fair point. Yeah. No, again, that's a fair point. That was but would they have not been in, like, communion is not the right word, in communication with Rome at the time? Or had they just been totally separate?
The canons already lay out that bishops of the local church, 3 are needed, and that's it. They didn't ask Rome for every bishop in the world. It wouldn't even be possible.
Yeah.
The canons already tell you this, in the apostolic canons, how bishops are ordained.
So, yeah, fair enough. So, fair enough. Again, I'm not objecting to that.
Well, but the point was that that's, in your mind, perhaps democracy, but it's just decentralization. The church was always decentralized.
Well, the point was, I feel like there's just this natural, it can't be true because, like, we don't like a centralized spot. authority is. Like, and it's better if it's
no,
just
you're just no. That's
decentralized. It's just
you keep
naturally
making
better.
straw men that. Well, we just need this centralized head, and that's what's natural, and that's what the papacy is. So you've shifted the argument away from the contradictions about a temporal state ruler, that the Pope could be that, and now it's, well, you just don't like authority and centralization. No, so that's moving the goalposts.
Okay, I'm not trying to be. I guess I'm not trying to be slick or anything. That's not my intention. I'm trying to, I guess, think through your position. I want to take it very seriously, and I'm just trying to, lay out kind of how I'm thinking.
Right. Well, I appreciate your question. So let's think through it some more, and then come back, and we'll, bring me some more questions. John Jacob Jingleheimer. John Jacob Jingleheimer, what's up, man? I'm mute.
Hey, Jay, how's it going?
What's up? What's on your mind?
Well, I kind of wish that my fellow Roman Catholics wouldn't always try to debate you when a lot of your arguments are based on facts and truth. And at the end of the day, you are a part of an apostolic church, and you are more of a brother than you are an enemy. So I think we should all just try and respect you, not try and, debate your position all the time.
Well, I asked for the Roman Catholics to debate, so
do you want them to come to Orthodoxy?
Of course.
For sure. But in regards to the papacy, how do you suppose the Church of Rome got their authority, and wouldn't it be God ordained with respect to Romans 13?
Romans 13 is talking about the state being a diakonos and having the ability to put people to death. What does it have to do with the Church of Rome having papal authority?
Well, the Church of Rome ended up being a state authority after the first 1,000 years. So
well, that doesn't mean it's legitimate when it's a violation of the canons of Chalcedon. And it's based on a forgery.
How did Rome get its power?
It's based on a forgery, and it violated the ancient canons, and it became worldly. So why does that? So it's legitimate because of that?
No. If God himself saw an issue with Rome, with what it's become today, couldn't he just have done to the Church of Rome what he did to Constantinople and had it destroyed ultimately?
I would argue he has had it destroyed. Have you seen Vatican II and the Abu Dhabi Faith Center and the Pope's going and praying and all the...
Yeah, that's why the Roman Catholic Church is gay.
Yeah.
What's the scripture? He hands people over to... Oh God, what am I blanking on?
It's Romans 1.
Yeah. Rome is destroyed. Look at it. Like, nobody takes it. Like, it's a fake gay brothel, basically, of multiple religions.
I mean, look, the Pope's over praying in mosque towards Mecca. I mean, if you don't see that as its own destruction, I mean, there's not much I can say. I can't really help you, man. I mean, I'm not trying to be rude or a douchebag. I'm just saying, like, if Roman Catholics can't recognize that, there's not much else we can do. 1E9V9J, he needs his soy bottle back. Yeah, that was a crazy guy earlier. MKG, I'm using words, so I'm in the right. Yeah, that's that Gnostic guy earlier. Big time, $5. Jesus got angry and flipped the money changers' tables. He handed out a beating with a whip. Everybody pretends like this isn't Jesus. Yeah, exactly. They only want this sort of hippie, fake, made-up Jesus that is pretend nice. Because they don't... look, most of the people who come to debate, even if they disagreed, I would respect it if they at least knew the positions or they knew what the scriptures said. They don't even know this. People want a pick and choose, I don't want the Jesus that fights for the Israelites in battle in the Old Testament, like his, Exodus 23 says. That's not my Jesus. That's a mean Jesus. I don't want, the lamb that judges the world. I don't want the wrath of the lamb. Notice that in John's Apocalypse, he perfectly combines divine justice with the image of the Lamb, the wrath of the Lamb. And so you don't get to pick and choose. You can't make up an idol, fake hippie Jesus in your head. And most people do this. They want this other kind of thing. They want a God that they've made up in their head, and they don't care about what divine revelation says. I'm pointing. Jared DeWalter, $4. JB Peltier gifted a membership. A V80 gifted a membership. Last Honkening gifted a membership, or became a member, excuse me. AC, $20. Thank you so much. Cyan, $25. I'm a Roman Catholic. I just completed my catechism, joining a local ROCOR parish. Awesome. Glad to hear that, man. Many years to you. I look forward to my confirmation. Acoustic guitars and women handing out the Eucharist will soon be a distant memory from me. God bless you, Jay. Yes. It's ironic because so many Roman Catholics are upset that the liturgy was destroyed in their church, and they can't even recognize that. I'm pretty sure that one of the key signs of the true church would be that they maintain the liturgy. That might be one of the signs. What do you guys think? Is that not an indicator for you guys that maybe the Orthodox Church is the true church? So it's open forum if you guys would like to come on and ask your questions in the context of disagreements. If you'd like to debate, you can go to the head of the line. Anybody who is Roman Catholic, anyone who is Muslim, Protestant, Atheist, you are welcome to come to the head of the line, hit request to speak. We still got over 1,000 people. I don't understand. No one wants to come debate. So you're talking about, oh, they're talking about you in somebody's chat. Well, why don't they come debate? Here's your chance. You can come destroy me and Father Deacon. You can put us in our place. You can make us into Glitchy Rhythm, $2. That kid that keeps calling in watches Fuentes. Barb's, $10. Is deism gay? Yes. Jim.
Hey, what's up?
What's up?
I want to take the unit position here for a minute.
Okay.
Here's a question. Which among us is going to get to the pearly gates and get 100% on the theology exam? No one, right? Systematic theology. Who's going to get to the judgment seat and answer every systematic theological question and get 100%? Nobody, right? Would you agree with that?
Yeah, but how's that going to help you prove the uniate position?
Well, in your debate with Dasha, she made a funny remark. She said, a unit brain can exist in contradiction, essentially. She said something like this, In any relationship, your marriage, your children, no one has completely the same systematic beliefs. Contradiction exists.
No, you're confusing human limitations and finitude with contradiction. That's a different thing. That's not what a contradiction is.
Do you think if we would have stayed let's say, this is speculation, but if let's say after the Council of Florence, Mark of Ephesus hadn't riled up the laity, and they refused it, threw tomatoes and at the bishops, and let's say the bishops were like, no, we're staying in communion, for example. Let's say history had gone that way. Do you think we could have done more work inside the system?
I mean, this is all a bunch of hypotheticals. What does this have to do with the fact that the Roman Catholic Church teaches that you eat and partake of a created supernatural gift? How could you accept that? How could any Orthodox person think this makes any sense?
Well, I mean, in the case of the Union, they don't push the filioque on them, really. I know it's a contradiction.
So so there you go. You want to live in a contradiction. If that's what you want, then you're basically admitting that's what it takes to be a Roman Catholic, then you've got already
not a Roman Catholic.
Uniates are Roman Catholics. You have to accept all the Roman Catholic papal councils. You don't get to pick and choose.
But they don't.
So you're admitting that it's a contradictory position. That disproves the position. And if you're saying, well, I want to accept contradictions, then you might as well be a Mormon.
I get it, but does logic have to be perfect in order to be authentic?
You're confusing an outright contradiction with limitations and errors in our theology. You cannot knowingly accept a contradiction. If you do, that means that you're choosing error and lies.
I see what you're saying. I appreciate it. I was just,
No, it's. I actually think that it's illustrative, and I'm glad that you asked the question, because that's what it takes to be a Uniate and a Roman Catholic. You actually do have to accept contradictions. Cameron? Cameron, unmute.
Hello?
What's on your mind?
Well, I'm a Roman Catholic, but I was inquiring into Orthodoxy for a while, but I don't have an Orthodox church within 4 hours of me, so that kind of just by default led me to the Roman Catholic Church.
Well, it's a matter of what's true, man. I mean, I know it's difficult, and I've been in difficult situations like that too, but, just because something's closer, if it's a spiritual deception and it's false, doesn't mean it's suddenly good. Matthew, what's up? Nobody since $20. I want to throw some support your way. I hope you have, and yours, have a blessed Holy Week in Pascha. Christ is risen. What's up, man?
Yo, I got a quick question. So this is about Christology, and correct me if I'm wrong, but this is my question. If we look at the Old Testament, is the perspective that everything we look at through the Old Testament, we have to first funnel through, this may be a basic answer, but we first funnel through the New Testament. In other words, you can't look at Job and see who God is. Jesus is the ultimate kind of filter we use to look through the Old Testament. Is that proper Christology?
I mean, we have the fullness of the revelation and the holistic picture, but it's that it doesn't follow from that the Old Testament saints didn't know about the Trinity or the deity of Christ. They did. The New Testament says that they did. Jesus says that he talked to Moses face to face, that he's the one that ate with Abraham, and Abraham had faith in him as the Messiah. John 5.
Okay, all right. One more follow-up on that. Now, this one might be hogwash. I don't necessarily believe this, but I've heard this kind of taught. I don't know. This probably falls under some ancient heresy, but basically it's the idea of a lot of this stuff in the Old Testament is God acquiescing to man's delusion, is the way I heard it put. So anytime there was something like genocide or something that us as modern people like put a question mark on, like one of the ways I've heard put it, and I thought it was interesting, but I don't think it's necessarily true. But one of the ways they kind of wiggle their way out of it is saying, oh, this is just God like acquiescing to what men wanted to do and put the label of God on it, i.e. like God wanted to be their king, yet he gave them a king, but he actually wanted a king. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, I don't know if this is a popular
I'm not
position.
sure what that argument is. I've never heard that. No, I don't believe that makes any sense. I think that the reason that God told Israel to engage in the destruction of these other people groups was to preserve the Jewish people to produce the Messiah. So God allowed and gave them every means at their disposal so that lineage, that genetic people group, would continue to exist, because that's who would create the Messiah and produce, Mary and produce the Holy Family, etc. So that's why there is the destruction of those enemies, because they were the Old Testament church, and the New Testament church has that same promise of the destruction of the enemies of the church. So that doesn't mean that we have the right necessarily to engage in physical warfare per se, but the principles are the same, that God will curse those that curse us and bless those that bless us. That's the promise to Abraham and to us. And the king was a royal lineage was predicted in Genesis 49. So there's a messianic prophecy that the scepter will not depart from Judah until the Messiah comes. So there was always a prediction of a royal house, the royal house of David. What it says when there's the text in Samuel about, give us a king. What they say is, give us a king like the nations around us. So it's not kingship that's the problem. In fact, the book of Judges says there was no king in Israel and everyone did what was right in their own eyes. So the book of Judges is pro-king, pro-monarchy. The book of Proverbs is pro-king, pro-monarchy. The only argument that anybody ever has against this is a stupid argument that they take out of context that, Samuel didn't want him to have a king, but they requested it. No, they request a king like the nations around them, like the pagan king. Frankish Melkite.
Hello.
Hey.
Hey, how you doing, Jay?
Good. All right. What's on your mind?
I just wanted to thank you for that reference to Daniel chapter 2, where it talked about the dream of Nebuchadnezzar and the secession of the empires. And I actually found it kind of interesting. I just have a comment on how it was interesting. He talked about how the gold was the Babylonians, the gold head. The bronze was the Macedonians. The silver was the Persians. And the iron was the Romans. And that they would break and spread out across the world. And the iron and clay toes represented that they had marital alliances. Something else I've been studying, and Father John Mandorf also touched on this, is that the Orthodox Roman Imperium was kind of a continuation of the Davidic monarchy, and the Byzantine Symphonia is a reflection of the Davidic monarch and the Judaic temple.
Correct. Yeah, there's a lot of influence there.
Yeah, that's all I had. I just wanted to comment. Thank you.
Yeah. So we got a super chat that's dispensationalist evangelical. I wish you would have called in. Brian Ramirez, $5. Ezekiel 37 predicts Israel's return. This is 1948. Why do Orthodox not see this prophetic? It's not talking about 1948. This is a prophecy of the first advent. So this is what every one of these... Now, I do think it's a prophecy, by the way, of the final resurrection, because it does talk about the bodily resurrection, which, by the way, this also refutes the full preterist guy that was in here earlier. The Ezekiel 37 passage of the dry bones. By the way, this is the Holy Spirit in the Old Testament at work. Again, one of the many, many, many passages where the Holy Spirit is present in the Old Testament. And it talks about a breathing upon the valley of dry bones, and there is a resurrection. This, first and foremost, this one kingdom where the two are united, this is the church. The fallen tabernacle of David, according to the book of Acts, is restored at the first advent. This is the united stick that cannot be broken. It's the church. It's not the Jews in 1948 and end of the world. How do I know that? My servant David will be king over them, and they will have one shepherd, and they will observe my laws. This is not talking about Palestine and Israel and the Middle East. It's talking about the church. This prophecy right here tells you that it's about Jesus and his church, which is the kingdom. So all of these goofball evangelicals always postpone the first advent realities that Christ brings to the end of the world. And thus they think all these prophecies are talking about the Jews and Lord Rothschild and all this nonsense. It's not talking about that. It's the first advent. It's the tabernacle of the fallen tabernacle of David was restored in the book of Acts when the Messiah came the first time. And that's why when you read Acts 2, when Peter talks about Joel's prophecy of the Holy Spirit being poured out on all flesh, by the way, there's the Holy Spirit again in Joel, he does not say this is about the end of the world, although it says in the last days. Wait a minute, I thought Joel was talking about the end of the world. That's what the dispensationalists say. No, Joel is predicting Pentecost, which is the last days when the Messiah came the first time. Jesus institutes the last days at his first advent. So this key text that dispensationalist, charismatic, premillennialist goofballs try to say proves that their churches have prophets and apostles and all these scam artist nonsense, righteous gemstone garbage. It's not talking about now and the end of the world. It's talking about the first advent. Peter tells you that this is talking about Pentecost, the thing that's happening in Acts 2. I don't understand why people can't get this. It's like, if you read the way that the apostles are okay, Hebrew elevation. If you do not come and debate, you get booted. This is not for you to spread your Judaizing heresy. No one cares about your Judaizing nonsense. You say that what I'm saying is false, come prove it, or else you're out of here. What's up? Melcott, you want to say something?
Oh, no, I just wanted to make the comment on the Byzantine Symphonia mirroring the Davidic Kingdom.
Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, I was just saying that I thank you for the Daniel quote, and I've been studying how the Byzantine state very much mirrors the idea of the Davidic Kingdom and the Davidic Symphonia, whereas now or how it was with the Roman Imperium, that it was the Basilius ruling in tandem with the Davidic King Christ, in tandem with the Orthodox Church, which is the continuation and fulfillment of the Judaic temple.
Appreciate that. So for those that don't know, here you go again. Acts 15:16. How do Paul and Barnabas interpret this passage? Is it the end of the world? Is it a 1948 Zionist dispensationalist? No. The resurrection is the fulfillment of the fallen tabernacle of David. I will rebuild the tabernacle of David. I will set it up, and mankind will seek the Lord, even the Gentiles who are called by my name. Those Gentiles are the ones that are converting into the church in the book of Acts at this point. It is not the end of the world that that's talking about. What's up?
So you said something about libertarianism earlier, or it's in the description.
Sure.
Are you talking like Ron Paul or Ayn Rand libertarianism?
I don't, either one.
Well, I mean, it seems to me that like good, well-crafted policy that doesn't get too much into people's business is generally better for the economy at large, right? And if that's what libertarianism is, then that doesn't seem quite so bad.
Well, is the highest goal economics in a society?
Oh, no, absolutely not. But if we're going to be setting up an economic system, it should be sort of optimized to that end, where you have like minimally invasive regulations so that people can get more food, whatever else.
Well, I think the problem is more so specifically the Enlightenment ethos upon which a lot of this stuff is built, like the NAP.
Oh, sure.
So why should we believe and accept the NAP? On what grounds?
Oh, I'm not advocating for the NAP. I'm just saying that if we look at, like a Ron Paul sort of perspective, he'd say, well, generally speaking, we can look at regulation more like a sledgehammer than a scalpel. And that when the government does stuff, it often makes the wrong choice. So that's what I was kind of getting at, like the difference between the two types of libertarianism.
Again, my point is that we need a Christian Orthodox monarchy. So let's just cut to the chase. That's what's better.
Oh, sure. But a Christian Orthodox monarchy could implement good or bad policy, right? You could have
okay. Well, then you're not. Okay, but you're not then debating me on economics, on libertarianism. You're just trying to prove a sort of a free market economic theory.
Oh yeah, well that was more my question, right? Is are we talking about economics or are we talking about politics? Because Ayn Rand and Ron Paul are two different things.
I'm aware. I've read them both, and
yeah, okay.
But I mean, even Ron Paul's Enlightenment libertarian ethos, I don't think would be for, say, a state that outlaws heterodox religious groups.
Okay, I see what you're saying there. I guess that would sort of step outside of the economic realm of, what I see libertarianism as. Earlier, you were talking about the relationship between the church and the state and the Pope. Wasn't the Archbishop of Cyprus the president there for a good bit?
Yeah, that's a violation of the canon. So you can find examples where bishops in the East have done this too, but that doesn't mean that it's right. That's just a violation of canon law.
Oh, so he got like a pretty good deal of flack for that too, I would imagine. I mean, I know the history all that well.
I think there've been they're like Russian bishops who fought in the past, but they're not supposed to.
Okay. Cool. Oh, that's all I had. Good talking to you.
Mm-hmm. Victor? What's up, Victor?
Hello?
Hey, what's up?
Are you there?
Are you there? Victor?
Sorry, my mic was messed up.
It's okay, what's up? Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm a Protestant, and I believe that the Old Testament has 39 books, and one of my arguments for that is Romans 3:2 says the oracles of God were entrusted to the Jewish people. They would recognize 39. Where do you recognize more?
Yeah, so is Paul one of the Jewish people?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Does Paul recognize the Septuagint?
No. Oh, yes, Septuagint, yes.
Oh, does it include the Deuterocanon?
There's no way of knowing whether he had, whether he recognized the Septuagint, because he never quotes.
So now you're moving. Yes, he does quote it. Now you're moving the goalpost. Yes, he does quote it.
He never quotes from the Deuterocanonical.
Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
Where?
Romans is based directly on the text in Wisdom. When he talks about Romans 1 and 2 is directly out of the book of Wisdom.
Where he verbatim quotes the Deuterocanonical books, one of the Deuterocanonical books.
Well, by the way, even if he didn't quote it, quoting it.
Oh, well, see,
I didn't say he did it. I'm just saying that, yes, he does quote it almost verbatim. And even if he doesn't, the book of Enoch is quoted. So how's that going to help your case? You don't believe Enoch is canonical?
No, it's not. But just because the philosophers are quoted too in the New Testament. It doesn't mean that.
Right. So that doesn't help us either way. That doesn't tell us anything whether it's quoted or not. But he does quote the Book of Wisdom. And by the way, you can look up dozens of quotes and references to the Deuterocanonical text in the New Testament. You're not aware of this? You know about Hebrews 11 talking about the women who accepted martyrdom? That's from the Book of Maccabees.
It's not a quote from the Book of Maccabees.
Oh, so now you've moved the goalpost again. That even though it says the story is true, it has to now be a specific line by line quote. Even though I told you that Wisdom is quoted by Paul, Romans 1 and 2 is from Wisdom. You didn't know that?
You're saying it's from Wisdom, but then if I ask you where does it quote it, you're saying, well, does it need to quote it?
I didn't say that. I said it does quote it, and then I said, but even if it didn't, it wouldn't help your case. That's two different arguments.
Which one is it? Is it not, or is it?
Are you can't follow two different hypotheticals at the same time? What are you laughing at? I said he does quote it.
This is hilarious.
I said he shut up. I said he did quote it. And even if he didn't, it wouldn't help your case. That's two different arguments. You can't follow that?
Okay, what verse does he quote?
Pulling it up. Romans 1:18-25 is directly parallel to Wisdom 13:1-10.
It's directly parallel. Mm-hmm. It doesn't quote it.
Well, now wait a minute. Now you've moved the goalposts.
I've not moved. My goalposts.
How do we? But if Wisdom, hold on. If the Book of Enoch is quoted and it's not canonical, then how is quoting it going to prove your case?
It's quoting a tradition.
Oh, but wait a minute.
That apparently was true, but that doesn't mean that the whole.
Yeah. So it doesn't help your case, does it?
It helps my case that the book, the Deuterocanonical books, well, you would call them Deuterocanonical, those books are never quoted from verbatim.
So now you've moved the goalpost that it has to be a verbatim quote. And when I give you a verbatim quote from the Book of Enoch, you say it doesn't count. That means you have a double standard, dummy.
No, I don't. he quoted the Book of Enoch because he understood this is not that he understood that they would have accepted it.
Oh, but so I can use that same argument then for the Book of Wisdom, but you're going to say no. So you have a double standard, dummy.
Well,
So you know that Paul's Bible, you just got showed to be a dummy. You know that Paul's Bible. I made two different arguments that you couldn't follow, and now you're spurging out because you lost the plot.
All right, you're hypothetically right. Okay.
No, two different arguments that include hypotheticals does not mean I'm hypothetically right. You just can't follow the arguments. How do you know what the canon actually is, by the way?
I gave you the scripture.
No. I want to know how you know the Protestant canon is correct in toto.
Well, I believe in two closings of canons. The Old Testament canon closed with the intertestamental during the intertestamental.
Okay, and how do we know that? How do we know that that's what's true and binding for the rest of church history? On what basis?
According to Romans 3:2.
Romans 3:2 doesn't tell you the canon. How do you know that the canon that Romans 3 is talking about isn't the Septuagint that includes the Deuterocanon that Paul accepted?
I don't know that Paul accepted the Deuterocanonical books.
What does Paul? Hold on. What does Paul cite in his New Testament writings almost exclusively? What text does he for the Old Testament?
The Septuagint, 39 books.
No, the Septuagint includes the Deuterocanon.
Yeah, but he doesn't record
that. Yes, he does. I already gave you an example that you have 11 verses that are directly parallel.
Okay.
And now you've moved the goalpost again that it has to be a direct quotation. And so when I tell you that the book of Jude is a direct quotation, you say it doesn't count. So that's a double standard.
It's not a double standard.
Are you this slow? Are you serious? You said it's not a direct quotation. And then when I use the book of Enoch, you say it doesn't count. It's a direct quotation, right?
Again, you're hypothetically right.
It's not a hypothetical. It's a direct argument.
You don't accept the book of Enoch.
That's a tu quoque fallacy. Tell me, why are you doing a tu quoque fallacy now that you're pinned down?
Why do you accept the book of Enoch?
I don't accept the book of Enoch.
It's quoted in the New Testament.
I didn't make the argument that it has to be quoted. That's your argument, dummy.
What's your...
See, you can't follow with a consistent position. What is the basis for knowing the canon is only what the Christ-rejecting Masoretic text Jews say? What's your argument for that?
Christ-rejecting Masoretic text. Wow.
You didn't know this? You didn't know that? Justin Martyr makes this argument. You didn't know that?
No, but of course
the apostles used the Septuagint 95% of the time. It includes the Deuterocanon. So Paul's Bible had the Deuterocanon in it. That's what I'm trying to tell you. And I can give you about 10 Protestant scholars that will admit that. Do you accept that or not?
True. Yeah, no, that makes sense.
That makes sense. That undercuts.
They consider those equally inspired.
Listen, stop. That means that you don't know that the oracles of God in the Romans 3 text, you can't say that it doesn't include the Deuterocanon. That's your assumption. That's my point. Can you follow me in this argument or not?
That's a faulty assumption because they never accepted those.
That's the thing in question, and you're just saying they didn't. Palestinian Jews may not have, but but the Greek Jews did. So you're just being arbitrary in saying that only Palestinian Masoretic text Christ-rejecting Jews are the ones that we follow. And I'm telling you that Romans 3 does not prove that position. That's your assumption. And I gave you an example from Paul's Bible having the Deuterocanon in it. And you say that doesn't prove it. But your argument is not proven yet. That's the point. How do you know that Romans 3 is talking about the Palestinian Masoretic Jews and not Paul and Alexandrian Greek Jews?
Because they're the ones who translated the Old Testament.
The Septuagint are the Greek Jews that translate the Old Testament.
Right.
The Bible Paul's using has the Deuterocanon in it, you goofus. So how do you know that the oracles? How do you know that? Shut up. How do you know that the oracles in 3 is not referring to the Septuagint?
Well, Well, you're right.
How do you know? How do you know?
I'm assuming that. You're right.
Exactly. So your original argument fails. Oh my gosh.
All right. You're hypothetically right about it, quoting
It's not hypothetical. It's just demonstrating. It's just demonstrating.
Even if you did it, you're still right,
It's just demonstrating that the argument is a double standard. Good God.
I think the people have heard enough.
Yeah, you had no argument, and it was all based on a presupposition that you can't prove. Good job, man. It took a freaking 20 minutes to get you to admit and see the basic point that I was making. And but I at least give that guy credit for admitting it. So credit to that guy, because most of them don't. That's what I'm talking about. That's the kind of debate I want to see. That feisty, know my position. Oh, but wait a minute, you don't actually know the position. That's what we want over here. I appreciate that guy doing that. So again, notice that the point was that Romans 3, this is a classic Protestant text, right? Let's go to this, because Protestants love this Romans passage because they think it proves the thing in question. What advantage has a Jew? What is the proof of circumcision? Much in every way, chiefly because to them were committed the oracles of God. So the assumption is that the oracles of God is only what later Palestinian Masoretic text Pharisee Judaism decided, even though that's after Paul wrote this. And so this verse does not automatically tell you whether it's a Proto-Masoretic Protestant canon of the Old Testament or a Jewish Septuagint Old Testament, a Greek Old. It doesn't tell you that. And it took, 30 minutes to get that guy to admit that that was the assumption. Then this doesn't work. And then I said the Deuterocanon does cite, the New Testament does cite the Deuterocanon in many, many, many places. And when I give, here's a whole list over this Catholic website, dozens of them. Oh, but it's not a direct word-for-word citation. So the criteria he's now using is that it must be a specific word-for-word exact citation. But wait a minute. He doesn't have that same standard in Jude 3. Because Jude cites, as we all know, the Book of Enoch. He doesn't accept the Book of Enoch. So the direct citation argument fails for his position. Not my position, his position. So it took 20 minutes to explain to him that he had a double standard. Where does the Protestant get the idea that the Deuterocanon citations and references only count if they are explicit word-for-word recitations? That's an assumption. If Paul is reading Wisdom 13:1-10, and that's directly parallel to what he writes in Romans 1:18-25, then Paul is pulling from Wisdom 13:1-10. It's not a hard, it's like obvious. Let's pull up Wisdom to make this point, because probably a lot of you don't even know this. I guess we'll have to use the Catholic version here. This is just one example. Now in this list, there's many, right? So it talks about the people who are idolaters are ignorant, they're foolish, they turn from God to things that do not profit. They turned the beauty of the Creator into worshiping the creature, exactly what it says in Romans 1. For perhaps they would look and see the works of God and trust in him, and yet they didn't. They failed. They set. I mean, it's literally exactly what, it's not word for word. Paul is rephrasing and stating almost exactly in Romans 1 what is in Wisdom 13, 1-10. And there's dozens and dozens more of passages in the New Testament, many of which will reference wisdom. Now, we have the story in Hebrews, as I mentioned, of the faith of the martyrs and Maccabees. And then he says, yeah, but it doesn't word for word cite Maccabees. It doesn't have to. If the writer of Hebrews is summarizing the events of the story of Maccabees, then Maccabees is part of the tradition. Duh. So then he moved the goalpost to say, no, it has to explicitly cite it or else it doesn't count. But wait a minute. Jude explicitly cites the Book of Enoch. Well, that doesn't count. There you go. Did you want to say something about the canon? FDA, did you want to say something about the canon?
No, it does is it kicks me off sometimes.
Oh, okay.
I have to just come back in, so I apologize. But yeah, I mean, the whole thing's so stupid too that, like, you saw that 5 Solas winning argument, which was basically the same argument they always give: fallible list of infallible books.
Well, there's nothing that tells you what canon is in mind in Romans 3:2, and in fact, my point actually suggests my position that the oracles of God, if Paul is using the Septuagint, which he is almost entirely, then the oracles of God for him mean the Septuagint.
Yes.
You would be the weight of the argument would be on you to prove that no, Paul doesn't actually mean that. He means Bobby Simmons. What's up, man? He means the Pharisaic canon of the post-first century Jews, which Paul doesn't even know. Again, this just assumes a later Jewish decision about the Old Testament, which is not happening at the time of Paul writing Romans. Bob, what's up, Anya?
Hey, got a question for you here.
Uh-huh. Go ahead.
So, Jesus promises that the Spirit will guide them into all truth.
Mm-hmm.
But that's a group of people, and
they
can disagree.
The apostles, sure.
Right. So what I'm looking at is you've talked about the Protestant problem of different opinions, people with different opinions claiming to be led by the Holy Spirit. Does the church not have the same problem in the councils when bishops claim to be guided by the Spirit and disagree, even to the point of causing a church split?
Well, that's the purpose of the purpose of the council, is to come to a decision, and that's why you see ecumenical councils debating and then decisions made and excommunications. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I guess so. You would trace it back to, at that point, you're trying to determine which position is correct. So I guess at that point, the promise is no longer valid for the people that reasoned incorrectly.
The promise is to the collective universal church, and the ecumenical councils, when they come together, they're not going to mess up. So yes, some person and persons will be wrong between an either or in a debate. Either Arius is wrong or Athanasius is wrong. One of the two has to be right. The promise is not to error, right? The promise is to those who are faithful and are correct. So you're confusing, I think, individual certitude with normative authority to excommunicate the people that are in the wrong and persist in that error. So no, the promise is not that you can't ever leave the church or fall into error. The promise is that the universal Catholic Orthodox Church will never fall away in a holistic sense. There will always be an episcopate, a bishopric that will not fall away. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Thinking through. I may not be able to mount a...
The promise is not to Arius as well. Just because Arius is a presbyter or whatever he was, deacon or whatever he was, it doesn't mean that he magically, automatically cannot fall into apostasy, heresy, and error. Anyone can.
Yeah, I get that. I'm just kind of trying to weigh the argument against the Protestant, and I guess
the Protestant. The problem with the Protestant
was never had any grounding to begin with.
No, it's not the... Well, a Protestant can get things right, but that doesn't mean that if the Protestant ecclesiology is correct, there's not a means or a way to have a normative authority that can adjudicate between the true and the false and excommunicate people. Because Protestants believe in the right of private interpretation. They don't believe in a body of people who has the authority to enforce an interpretation and excommunicate people who disagree.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's definitely overlapping between the epistemic certitude and the normative authority questions. If I can come up with a more helpful path forward on this question, I'll check back.
Yeah, feel free to call back in. I mean, I'm not trying to be dismissive or rude. I'm just thinking through it. Schopenhauer? We have an actual philosopher here. Schopenhauer. Unmute.
What is the meaning of like this particular word, like atheist? Like, I don't understand this word.
What now? What is what?
What does it mean to be an atheist?
You believe that there is not a God.
Can there be a particular kind of notion where, this is my claim, where I say this, that I believe there is an intelligent creator out there, but I find him inconsequential to my existence. Does that make me an atheist?
Maybe a deist? You said he's of no consequence to your existence? Is that what you said?
Yeah. Like, I see there's an intelligent creator out there, and who is much more intelligent than I will ever be. But I'm saying that, I believe that, I'm not calling him God. I'm calling him an intelligent creator who is out there. But I think he's inconsequential to my existence. I don't give a fuck about him. So does that make me an atheist?
Okay, good job. Makes you a deist, I suppose. Victor? What's up, Victor?
Hey, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to ask you about the Miaphysite, sorry about the pronunciation, but the non-Chalcedonian view. I've seen this assertion thrown around that maybe their way of seeing the whole issue isn't really wrong, but it's more about the way that they don't.
We have a 2-part series that's ongoing, and we're going to address it in a part 3. That's not the topic tonight. The topics are listed. It is not Miaphysite St. Cyril Theology Night. We have a part 1 and a part 2. So he ran away, so he left. So again, people think I'm being rude. The topic is listed as debate: Catholicism, Protestantism, Islam, atheism. It is not Metaphysical, Coptic, Theology Night. We're doing an ongoing series. Go to my channel, type in, it's just like, what did we title it? Refuting Oriental Orthodoxy, that's what it was. Refuting Oriental so-called Orthodox. Part 2 is right there. Part 1 is right there. I'm not taking questions. I'm taking people who disagree. Do not bring me your questions. I'm not here to answer Q&A. It's debate night. If I've already gone to you, don't come up here for the 4th time. Drives me crazy, man. All right, let's see. Joe Dubs.
Yo, what are we debating here?
Anything to do with Catholicism, Protestantism, Islam, atheism, you name it.
Oh man, I'll have to think about that. I'll let somebody else talk.
What's your position? We can debate your position.
On all that stuff, that's just too much stuff to go over. I don't know.
Well, it's like open forum for you to debate your position versus my position as Orthodox.
Yeah. I'll pass.
Okay. All right. Let's see where we at. Super chat still. Straight white male $5. The deconstruction zone is still talking about you. It's spicy. They're the biggest atheist debater on TikTok. Okay, well they can come to the link here. Jose Barrera. It's giant bold letters. I don't understand why people, like it says, debate, God, Catholic, Muslim, Protestant, atheists. Giant letters. And it's publicly, like when you open up Twitter, you see like a giant box that says that. Who did I get bodied by? Bourgeois Beatnik, do you want to come on and debate, or are you just talking smack? What's up, man? Jose?
Hey, Jay, how are you?
What's on your mind?
Yeah, I'm thinking about the transcendental argument. And I sense a non sequitur there that I don't know how you follow. So I agree with the transcendental argument, right? It's undebatable. But then the extrapolation that you do, and this is the place where the logical gap that I see is then hence orthodoxy. So how do you do that jump from there to there? Isn't that a non sequitur?
No, because there's no such thing as generic God. So how could the transcendental argument prove a generic God when there is no generic God? It has to be specific. The only God that fulfills the requirements for grounding the transcendental categories, for giving a metaphysical system that makes sense of the world, of history, of reality, the past, the future, etc., telos, causation, is the Christian metaphysic.
How come? That part is the part that I find as a non sequitur.
Because, again, there's no such thing. If you admit the transcendental argument works to do what? There's no such thing as a generic God. It has to be specific.
Right. Why not the holy enchilada or whatever?
The holy enchilada? That doesn't do any grounding work.
Well,
how does a holy enchilada do? How does a holy enchilada do the work of grounding transcendental categories?
Oh, it's very tasty, by the way. No, seriously. The part that I don't get, right, is you can make any fictional character that fulfills.
How does a fictional character, if it's, by the way, admitting that it's fictional, wouldn't work to do grounding because it wouldn't be real?
Okay, you can make a linguistic artifact that satisfies all the.
No, it wouldn't. How would a linguistic artifact ground metaphysical categories?
The same way Christ does. He's a linguistical argument. Like it's just a fiction.
It doesn't do any grounding work if it's a fiction, idiot.
We're in a hominum now? Okay, great. Bye.
This is the third time I explained this to you.
Great debater.
You can't, dude. You've already been refuted. Yeah. So how does a fiction do grounding work?
You went to ad hominem. Don't waste my time here, man.
Yeah, I went ad hominem because what you said was stupid for the third time in a row. I answered your question 3 times and you didn't understand it.
Yeah, whatever, man.
Yeah, whatever, man. Hey, bro, the holy enchilada is coming for you, man.
Oh, great. And racist. That's beautiful.
Oh, see, now, yeah, so you can blaspheme, but when I make fun of your joke, it's racism.
No. Do you know why?
Why, bro? Hey, more chiefs?
Do you know why?
Do you want more salsa, bro? You want some more salsa? More salsa? Let me. By the way, why is it wrong if racism, is it wrong to be racist?
Okay, so let's see a couple of things. Number one, do you know why do I have an accent? Because I speak more than one language.
Oh, he's very high IQ, bro. Hey, bro.
Number two, you are doing a Mexican accent, which is the only possible thing in your head that is Mexican.
Oh, I'm so low IQ, bro. I can't even do the accents right. Hey, you barely got in here though, but you're here, man. Oh, then he ran away, bro. He got his feelings hurt. Come back, man. Come back and make your argument, bro. Hey, dude. Get some of your homies, bro. You're my favorite cholo. Come on back, bro. Hey, I'd be nice to you, man. Yeah, I mean, you came in here blaspheming, and you're mad that we're making fun of you, and then you play the victim. Oh, racism, bro. Racism. Oh. Why you come in here? Oh, the holy enchilada, bro. Hey, the holy enchilada. You make the joke that invites you be made fun of. And then you play the victim like a snake, as you atheists always are. Why don't you come back and defend your position? Explain how a linguistic fiction does any epistemic grounding. How does a fiction do the grounding work? Do you even know what that means? You're back. What's up?
Hey, dude, I got disconnected. How are you, man?
How does a linguistic fiction do grounding work?
No, what I'm saying is that you can create a character that you consider real, that fulfills all that, and
a fictional character cannot ground metaphysical principles. That would be makes no sense.
Well, that's what you did with Christ.
The argument is not that he's a fictional character. I understand you think that, but how you already admitted that the transcendental argument works. It just doesn't work to prove the Christian God. Well, there's no such thing as a generic God. So what does it work to do?
So let me ask you a question. Do you think that language has limits?
Sure.
Okay. And would you think that we cannot know everything, and hence you can ascribe things that you cannot describe to an entity that is undescribable?
Well, that's a false either or, because just because God in his essence is unknowable and undescribable, it doesn't follow that he's never knowable or describable. That's what the purpose of personalism is in theology, is that you can know God even though there's limitations that the language has.
So I think
but what does this have to do with grounding epistemically?
So what I think that happens, right, is that at the end, what you have is an argument based on faith, and you're trying to make a gap.
No, you don't even understand the transcendental argument. It's not based on faith. If that's the case, then every position is based on faith.
That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that to ascribe reality to something, or at the end, the believing God is a matter of faith, and you're trying to
yeah, but you're missing the argument. You're missing the argument. I'm arguing that everything at root is faith-based. Your worldview is faith-based too.
Sure. But then
Okay.
you're trying to
Sure.
so yes, at the end is faith, but what you're trying to do is you're trying to bridge that gap with logic, and you're saying this is the only possibility and it's the only logic.
Yeah, I'm saying faith or divine revelation is the only basis for logic. What's your basis for logic?
No, it's faith as well, yeah.
Okay. So if we're both at root based on faith commitments, the only position that's going to be coherent is the one that has a divine revelation to make sense of that faith commitment.
Well, but why your divine revelation and not
Because
another?
my divine revelation provides the metaphysical toolkit that can ground the things that you just admitted, like logic.
Well, mine is the invisible spaghetti, right?
That doesn't do the grounding work. This is why you don't understand what you're saying. How does an invisible thing do grounding work?
Well, you cannot see Christ either. So
What does that have to do with your position? Your position, how does that do grounding work?
No, what I'm saying is that you're trying to take something abstract and make it concrete. And I don't
This
think
is all word concept fallacies. God is not a pure abstraction. We think that he came into time and space and in history. Now, I know you don't believe that, but how is that inconsistent? How is it inconsistent within my worldview?
So can I make a parenthesis? When you make these assessments, you don't speak on the first person, but on the, like, you always say.
Now you're changing the subject into nonsense.
No.
How does a spaghetti god? How do you think a spaghetti god does? That's a tu quoque. That's a tu quoque, by the way. Don't start saying my name. Don't start saying my name. Come on.
What is that?
Don't start repeating my name. It's so annoying when you guys do this.
Sure, no, but what I want to know, and it's not, I don't want to avoid the question. I want to go back there, but I'm curious why when you say, you don't say I believe, but you say we believe, and that's something I
because I speak in consort with the rest of the people in my church. What do you mean?
So it's a communal belief, basically.
Yeah. So what?
No. It's no judgment there. I just wanted to know because it's curious that you always speak on the.
Okay, well, you can psychoanalyze me later. What is the grounding work that a fictional spaghetti enchilada god does? How does that actually do epistemic grounding work?
Well, you could create the same set of arguments that
you understand that if right there, when you say if you create it, it would not be a divinely revealed being. It would be a creation which would not work to do the grounding work.
Well,
what do you think it means to ground? I don't think you even understand what that is. What does that mean?
Okay, if it's a divine revelation, right? What if I don't know? I smoke some
All right, this is too stupid to even. I can't. This is the dumbest shit I've ever heard. It's not any kind of revelation that would work to do the epistemic grounding. He thinks that it's just anything. I just say it's anything.
I've noticed that people in the tag get that confused when we say revelatory theism.
Yeah, they think it's like just do trip shrooms and I have a revelation.
Yeah, like a personal revelatory theism is a publicly accessible, objective, historical event. Otherwise, we've got the Mormon problem. Anybody could just claim, well, I've got revelatory theism.
By the way, no one smokes shrooms. Like, what is he? Hey, but smoke some shrooms, bro. Smoke shroom? Can you even you eat shroom? You don't smoke shrooms. What the hell is he talking about? Isaiah, what's up?
How you doing, man?
You go smoke some shrooms.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up?
So regarding the transcendental argument, what is the contradiction if you take God out of the equation? So let's say you presuppose all the transcendental categories except for God. What's the contradiction?
What actually works to make the transcendental categories coherent, work together, and what grounds them?
Okay, I get that, but when you tell me that, I take that to be the conclusion, right? So I'm asking, like, what is the either contradiction or absurdity to get you to that conclusion?
Well, the contradiction comes in when you compare it to the other worldview. There's not a contradiction in my argument. My argument is that only the Christian God and Christian metaphysics and epistemology and revelation could tell us the means by which the transcendental categories are grounded, namely in the personal God of Christian Trinitarian theism. So there's no contradiction in that, because that's my position, contrasted to the opposing worldview, which is wrought with contradictions. That's the argument. People think that the argument, they don't understand that it's comparing two paradigms. That's what the argument is.
Okay, no, I get it. That's exactly what I wanted to ask you. So just to clarify, let's say that just a guess. I'm sure there's more, but let's say that the maximum there would be is like 30 paradigms, right? There's probably many more. There's probably hundreds, but at the end of the day, you're saying that when you investigate each one on their own merits, right, that the only one that stands on his feet is the God one. But
the God one. I mean, I don't even know what that means.
The Orthodox Christian worldview. That's what I mean.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, can you give me another worldview that gives an account for universals, the one and the many, the past, the self, the trans?
No, I can't. I can't do that. No, I can't. I mean, I'm still. The reason I came on here to ask that is because I'm trying to. I think I'm to the point to where I'm convinced that at least a good way to put it would be I'm unconvinced that atheism can account for those things, but I'm to a point where I'm not convinced that the Orthodox Christian worldview or really the Christian worldview can account for knowledge. Like when you talk about revelation and even grounding, like with the last guy, I don't think I fully understand what that entails.
So revelation is the totality of what God has disclosed about himself and the world to us in scripture and tradition. Okay. That's the basis for how we know God and what our paradigm is of the world. It is not the totality of our knowledge. It is not itself the means of knowing the world per se, because I have senses, I have sense data that I go out and learn. I learn from other people. It's not the only means of knowledge. It's the paradigm which gives an account for the preconditions of how knowledge is possible. So think about it like there's layers. There's my day-to-day knowledge that I get from living out in the world and reading and talking to people and this and that and thinking, and those propositions and things that I think and learn and know are only possible with another set of things that have to be the case. The transcendental categories are preconditions of knowledge, but those things don't make any sense to cohere and work together on their own. I can't just say that they are and just assume that those things are the case without asking the question, well, where do they come from? How are they? What are they? Where are they? What grounds them? Grounding means, in justification, giving an account for justified true belief, an explanation for, a basis for that thing.
Okay, no, that was great. That cleared it up. I mean, I think this is my last question, maybe. So when you say that we receive revelation through our senses.
No, I said we receive knowledge through our senses. Revelation is what God gave to the church and to the prophets. That's divine revelation, the totality of the system of theology of Christian revelation committed to the apostles and the prophets. That's divine revelation. What I get on day-to-day living is knowledge, empirical sense data, information. That's not divine revelation.
Oh, okay. But so then maybe I'm confused, because when you're telling me that it's going to, it's what God revealed to the prophets, right? Don't we learn about that through our senses?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that they're equivalent.
They're not equivalent. No, they're not equivalent. That's where I was going with my question. I'm not saying that revelation is our senses. They're totally different things. But I'm saying that if we receive that revelation through our senses, or we learn about that revelation through our senses, but our senses are fallible, wouldn't that undermine revelation?
No, because I don't have to have infallibility. I don't have to possess infallibility to come to a reasonable degree of certitude as a human being, or to have warranted belief, even in my sense data. So no, it does not require me having infallibility to possess the highest degree of certitude.
Okay, I mean, wouldn't that be assuming that your senses are reliable enough?
Yeah, that's one of the presuppositions that I have as a Christian. And the reason that I believe my senses are reliable is because God made a world wherein my senses are able to pick up data from the external world. I'm made in the image of God, and so in the Christian worldview, it makes sense that I can gain information and data from my senses. In the atheist worldview, there's no explanation for that. It makes no sense.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I agree there in that comparison. But I want to dig a little deeper there then. If, let's say that you have someone who's just totally schizophrenic, like a paranoid schizophrenic, right? How would, in the Christian worldview, what would be the justification or what would be the explanation of being able to tell whose senses are reliable and not? You know, I mean, because from the outside in on both ends, they both think each other's crazy. So in the Christian worldview, how do you know whose senses are reliable? Because it could be the case that that small percentage of unreliability of your senses, you could just be completely whacked out.
No, I don't think that would. I mean, in other words, adopting that position would actually lead to the impossibility of having knowledge at all. And I don't think that anybody believes or thinks that you can have this sort of absolutely indubitable certitude that Descartes was looking for. It just doesn't exist, except what Descartes' looking for is actually what God has and what God possesses. So my argument is not that I possess the totality of knowledge or, infallibility. It's that I believe in a divine being who does have those characteristics. And because I'm made in his image, I'm able to reason about the world in a pale, reflected way, even though I don't possess the totality of knowledge or omniscience. So omniscience, I would say, is necessary for grounding knowledge, but it doesn't mean that I possess the omniscience, because I'm grounding the knowledge in the divine mind and God who possesses omniscience. So no, it's just simply not the case that because some people are schizophrenic, that therefore possibly all people are schizophrenic and all of our knowledge is false. That would be self-defeating. It would make knowledge impossible to have that position.
Okay. I think I'll need to think a little deeper on that. I think that was a good explanation. I hear you, but I think I'm still having trouble with understanding what is the thing that you are using to know that your senses are reliable when they are.
The assumption that God created, it's a presupposition I have, that God created a world.
Wouldn't a schizophrenic have that same presupposition?
No,
let's say it's a
schizophrenic doesn't. No, schizophrenics do not even have that capability of. Well, I suppose technically a schizophrenic could think that he has. I guess they could have faith in God because some of them are pretty well functioning individuals.
Yeah, a lot of them are. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like let's say that you have a schizophrenic who is a Orthodox Christian, right? And so I'm just
first of all, this would be a test case scenario. So you're taking a test case and you're sort of universalizing and saying maybe we're all schizophrenic.
No, I don't want to. I mean, I guess maybe I am saying that, but I don't want to put it that way. I think that it's more like I'm just trying to find what justification do I have to say that my senses are reliable when in fact they are and when they're not, right? It seems like I have to step outside of my senses in order to justify that.
Yeah, right? It's a transcendental category presupposition that, generally speaking, the senses are reliable, but not infallible. But so what? Why does having knowledge require in every case infallibility? I don't think it does.
I think that the only trouble I'm having there is and the reason why I brought up a schizophrenic is because let's say they assume that their senses are reliable, but just because they're assuming their senses are reliable doesn't mean that they actually are.
No, it's not just the assumption. Also there would be mountains of data and evidence that attest to the reliability. So, for example, do I believe that my wife is a real wife, or have I been hallucinating her all these years? Well, there's quite a bit of corroborating information that would help me to have a reasonable belief that she's a real person and not a fiction in my mind. So,
by the way, for this.
Go ahead.
So,
we're all going to make assumptions. So I think what you're confusing, so knowledge, there's three conditions.
We can't hear you. You have to speak into the microphone.
And I think you're confusing a couple issues. And with knowledge, there's what we call three conditions: a belief condition, a truth condition, and a justification condition. One of the problems that I've been seeing is that people collapse the justification and truth condition. Okay, so the big difference is, what's the difference between the schizophrenic and us? Well, we both have a belief condition, correct?
Yes.
What's important is the truth condition. So the truth condition, you don't have to know that the truth condition is true. I think that's what you're getting caught up on. All it has to in epistemology is the truth condition is true. So the big difference is, why is the schizophrenic not justified and the persons whose senses are fairly reliable justified? Is because it satisfies the truth condition with the normal person and not the... It's not truth. Schizophrenia is not truth conducive. Does that make sense?
No, that makes complete sense, and I think that this is honing in. We're getting really close to maybe where my confusion is that I don't know how either of them could actually come to the truth of knowing that their senses are reliable, because they both have the assumption that their senses are reliable.
Yeah, you don't need to know that they're reliable. All it has to do is be reliable. Does that make sense?
Okay, yeah, I didn't think of it that way.
You're confusing the justification of how would I justify and know that that's reliable. It's like, well, you don't need to. That's the great thing about JTB and knowledge. All it has to, you have to believe that it's reliable. You have to formulate that in a warranted way. And if it is reliable, then it satisfies the truth conditions. And that's why the schizophrenic wouldn't be justified and wouldn't have knowledge, and we would.
Okay.
I appreciate that question.
You don't have to verify and prove that the senses are reliable, because then you're collapsing the justification condition and the truth condition. It's like, you don't have to know, because you'll see where the problem's going. Then you'd have to know that you know that you know, or
infinite regress, yeah.
In order to confirm the truth condition. That's exactly what a truth condition is. Let me give you an example. You have a belief. You formulate the belief in a correct way. It's knowledge if what you're believing is actually true. And people always want to go, like, but how do you know that it's actually true? Well, that's to ignore what the truth condition. You don't have to. Truth condition is, it simply has to be true. So part of this problem is caused by Descartes. In which case, if you do have that type of criteria for knowledge, nobody knows anything.
Right.
Not even in the statements that you're actually making. There's hardly anybody in the world that holds that level of that high of standard that you have to infallibly confirm the truth condition. Everybody's abandoned that because they realize how ridiculous that. It's circular, it goes on infinite ingress, and third is it collapses the category. You're mixing the categories between knowing and what a truth condition is. Truth condition, you do not have to know that it's true. It simply has to be true.
That's really good, by the way. I appreciate that. What's up, man?
Yeah, to our friend, you're basically left with nihilism if you... Father Deacon took the words out of my mouth. If you don't know anything's true, you're left with nihilism, and then you are the schizophrenic that you're evaluating. That's all I got.
Bobby C, $5. I appreciate your patience with these folks. I can imagine it's difficult to deal with cognitive dissonance in real time. Well, also, we do this for really long, multiple hours. And You just can't. You have to be precise and kind of heavy-handed to do this. You can't just let people yap and do whatever they want, because you get, you know, a lot of sophists and a lot of people who try to change the subject. And you notice when we had the Protestant guy debating the canon, like, oh, Jay's being mean again, and then we brought it back to the point, and he finally got the point and admitted it. See, that's why sometimes you have to be persistent and not let them yap. Christopher Scott, $10. If God allowed another church to enter heaven with the Orthodox Church, what would it be? The Orthodox Church is the mystical body of Christ, so the question doesn't even make sense. It's not God just letting people into heaven or whatever. It's the only means by which we partake of uncreated life and grace and energy is the Orthodox Church. So the question is phrased in some sort of weird Protestant way. Prophetic, $5. The 3 most devastating documents that disprove Catholicism and the papacy. Just go watch any of my videos critiquing Vatican I, or top 5 arguments against the papacy video. That wife of his, $5. John Paul II, baby here. John Paul II, baby here. I don't know what that means. I disagree that ecumenism is bad. I'm not calling in, you're too mean. I mean, your own church condemned ecumenism in Mortalium Animos as late as 1928. So you can take that up with your own church and your own church's contradictions, that it's a surrendering of the faith in 1928 Mortalium Animos, but now it's the work of the Holy Spirit. I'm not taking people who want to ask questions. We're looking for people who disagree and wants to come on and to debate. And so we're getting a lot of bots, so I'm having to like block the bots here. If you disagree on Catholicism, Islam, Protestantism, atheism, if you're a Gnostic, if you're a Mormon, if you're a Jehovah's Witness, you may hit the request to speak button and I will bring you up. I'm not going to people who are our allies. Clarity Conversation, $5. I liked the stream here. Glitchy Rhythm, $10. I feel like a lot of my super chats don't make sense when they're read later. I was joking about the previous callers. Thank you for your work. Peace, chat. Thanks, man. Appreciate that. Wi-Fi Gospel, $5. God bless you, Jay. Thanks, man. Appreciate that. JB Peltier gives out membership, 2 memberships. Jay, when it's FAQ night. Well, if I do FAQ night, it'll be a bunch of people wanting to debate. It's like, then they'll all come to debate. Edo Token, $5. Are you planning to go on the whatever podcast? I am planning on it, and it looks like it will be a debate with a specific person, not so erudite. And she is a radical Protestant feminist who I will debate on the principle of patriarchy. I don't know, maybe like a month. So we are still trying to establish and set up the date or whatever. He needs a soy bottle. MKG. I'm using words, therefore I'm right. Yeah, that one guy was funny, that Gnostic guy. Big time, $5. We read that already, excuse me. Open Mind Daily Grind, $10. I'm going to Divine Liturgy Sunday after coming to learn that Protestants follow a KGV that stopped printing the Apocrypha because Christian publishing companies removed it in the 1800s. Yes, that is correct. In fact, I forgot until I heard Sam Shamoon mention it the other day. I had forgotten that the Geneva Bible, which is the classic Calvinist Presbyterian Bible, the original Geneva Bible also included the Deuterocanon. I'd forgotten that. Kamal, $1. And I know I remember now because I had my pastor when I was Calvinist back in the day when I was like 18, 19, 20. He actually had a giant classic reprint Geneva Bible. And I'm pretty sure he had the one that had the Deuterocanon. Even though he hated the Deuterocanon, he wouldn't read from it. It was in his Bible. Kamal, $1. I created X account to speak with you. I joined your discussion and you requested... you immediately blocked me. I immediately blocked the people who... because there's bots that are coming to debate. So I assume that you were one of the bots that are calling in and cussing. So Alula, $5. What's good, white boy? I'm your number one Ethiopian fan. Well, thank you. H. Brosty, $10. That entire back and forth proves that FDA was correct earlier that if some people cannot grasp tag, it's a fundamental issue. They skip to the conclusion and they spurg out. Yes, that is the case. Mr. B, $5. Hey, we're Stardust, essay. God ain't real, fool. Hey, homies, you can't mock me. I can mock you, though, because it's racist. Harry Serpanos, $5. I love how all these people, they'll make fun of people all the time. And then if you do an impression, suddenly it's racism. It's so hypocritical and fake. Harry Serpanos, $5. Thank you for the comedy and clarifying so much. God bless you, mate. Yes, thank you. Hopefully you guys enjoyed episode 4 or 5 of Sam Hyde Show. Helped on that one and the next one coming up. H. Browsy, $10. It is hilarious to me that people think they can blaspheme God, but it's unacceptable when we make fun of them. Get that damn crystal cholo. Bonantium Enjoyer, $3. I was watching your stream with Jamie last night. Her favorite thing about you is that Jay's really nice. The people that say that Jay is mean are refuted. Great streams recently. Hey, there you go, exactly. Eric, $2. Jay, I'm Mexican. I give you an accent pass to do that voice. Hey, dude, thank you so much, bro. Hey, man, I love it. It's probably my favorite voice to do, but I don't know, man. Like, barely. It's probably barely my favorite, you know? But for real, you better hurry up and give me some more super chats. Hush Tones, $5. The Greek priest that called you out is correct. You do not go to a church. You go to a quantum church, and FDA is a quantum deacon, and he does not even write papers. Yeah, he's a living human quantum chip. Mr. B, $20. I'm tipping you because it feels wrong to laugh at you when you lose your mind on these dummies for free. Thank you. I should be paid for losing my mind debating dummies. JB Peltier, $5. For a lack of quality Orthodox e-Bible, what translation do you usually pull up in a pinch? Usually the NKJV, because that's what the Orthodox Study Bible is. But if you're going to do the Deuterocanon, you have to pull up like the RSV or whatever. Aubrey Graham, $1. 2 days ago, your 16-year anniversary of YouTube was published. That is correct. YouTube alerted me to that, of 16 years of YouTube. Can you play it for us? Not for $1. I mean, it's a stupid video anyway. Brian Ramirez, you can go look at it though. Brian Ramirez, $3. Does Jude 9 and Deuteronomy 34 make the veneration of bones unbiblical? Well, I mean, they're caring for the body. So it's the principle, you know, Orthodox churches have burial societies because we care about the body and we want to treat it well. So I would say it proves that, and maybe indirectly it speaks to maybe indirectly it speaks to that. What's up, dude? You want to unmute?
Hello.
Uh-huh.
Hi. Sorry, this is not a debate question, but I just saw there was a bit of dead air, so I figured I would just ask. Kind of different approach to the transcendental argument based off of free will. I was wondering if that would make sense.
You have FDA here. He would be better than me, probably.
Go ahead. So I was wondering if you could make a transcendental argument from the very fact that we have free will to argue for, again, to ask, like, why do we have free will? What is the purpose of free will? In what sense can we rationalize or reason that free will exists? And again, why like, what is the purpose of free will? Why were we given free will? What gave us free will? I feel like because of the fact that because just basing it off of some previous free will determinism arguments that I've heard, determinism seems to kind of fall on its face no matter what angle you take at it. So if we're being consistent, if we're being kind of further ahead in the conversation, and if we are talking about, well, free will does exist, like if we're positing free will exists, that's a fact, and then going from there, could you say that free will necessarily exists because God wants us to love him using that free will?
Yeah, you can make. I thought you were going to take a different direction, that like a transcendental argument, that we assume free will exists. What are the necessary conditions for free will? Only an Orthodox world could account for how that would even be possible. I think you were kind of hitting at that. I was just thinking about this too, because there was some dumb Muslim guy that thought he had a gotcha that could Jesus disobey God the Father?
Right.
And thought that was a gotcha. And, having to explain to these people that, well, in our worldview, free will is not defined in terms of the choice between good and bad. In our worldview, we have a whole discussion concept between natural will and nomic will that plays into conversation. Nature and person is will property of person, or is it nature, and all this stuff that absolutely, I think you could, just from thinking about that conversation argument that I made a couple days ago, that any other worldview and their presuppositions makes free will impossible. But free will exists, therefore orthodoxy is true. Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a good argument.
Great. Okay. Thanks. And would it be fair to say that one of the biggest reasons that justify the existence of free will is that God does not want us to be mere puppets that are forced to love him through some kind of deterministic mode of will, but rather because he wants us to love him out of our own will that he has given us.
Yeah, and there's we're like, also to how do you become like God? If God has, it's a nature of, if will is a property and the divine nature for God, if he wants us to become like him, don't we have to have free will?
Right.
I mean, if that's one of the things that God possesses in his nature, like, you would think, yeah. Like, all of that. I think all those pieces go together.
Great, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, man. I appreciate that. Good questions. Yeah. So I think apostate prophet is supposed to debate Andrew, and I may also debate apostate prophet on Jake Rattlesnake. I will be debating AP, I think, on whether Western intelligence, the CIA, and Middle Eastern country people helped to establish, fund, and arm ISIS, and essentially the Al-Qaeda spinoff ISIS, right? So that'll be a fun debate. I'm not sure when we're going to do that, but it's going to be fun. I know that topic pretty well, and I've been waiting for a long time for somebody to debate me on something like that, so I'm looking forward to that. I was stacking up my sources today on that topic. Open Mind Daily Grind, $10. No, we read that. Excuse me. Q-Tard, $5. I know Mexican judo. You don't know if I got a knife. You don't know if I got a gun. There we go. Open Mind Daily Grind, $2. Being racism reveals the content of character. There we go. Yes. MKG Canadian, $7. 7 Looney Toonies. Bryson impression is your best, in my opinion. What that is? What do you think of the clip of Stewart? Who is Stewart? I have no idea who that is. The wife of his, $5. The Roman Catholic Church disagrees. Unitatis Redintegratio and development of doctrine are not contradictory for the Vatican. The Holy Spirit exists. Disagrees with what? and I don't understand. I'm not sure which comment that's in reference to. That wife of his, if you'd like to call in, you can. The link is right here. You can call in on the Twitter space. Stuart Nechtel. I haven't even watched this whole clip. As soon as I heard that it was a Oriental deacon, I just lost interest. I don't really care. Jub says, Jamie has a doppelganger. Look up the 6th June band. Maybe from certain angles, it kind of looks like Jamie. But like this angle right here, it doesn't look like her. That kind of looks like her from far away. But like this one kind of looks like her from a side angle, but this doesn't look like Jamie at all. Jamie's better looking than that chick. Making sure I get these super chats. Straight white male, $5. Hit everybody with that Nigerian preacher remix, Jay. Yeah, I got to get to that. I forgot about that. We did that one. Wi-Fi gospel. Let's see. All right. Jesse. Jesse's girl. You know that I wish I had Jesse's girl. What up, dog? I'm you. Jesse, what's up, man? I'm you. Are you there? I'm trying to add you, dude. You got to turn your mic permissions on. What's up,
hey,
dude?
Can you hear me?
What's up?
Hey, can you kind of walk through the issue with the Protestant view of penal substitution?
That's funny, man. You got to be kidding, right?
Nah, man, I've been on and off on your channel today, so I don't know if you covered that.
All right, that's really funny. I can't tell if he's joking or not, but it's open forum. If you disagree, you're welcome to come on up. Hit request to speak, and I'll bring you up to the microphone. Thank you, everybody, for being generous tonight. Guys, we do have a show sponsor. I'll remind you, it is choq.com, CHOQ.com, the best in supplementation. You can get all of your excellent dietary supplementary needs over here at choq.com, CHOQ.com, including the male performance stack, including all the other excellent products. You can check out the individual Tomcat Elite right here. And you're not going to pay $45. You're going to pay 40% off of that with the promo code JAY40, J40, to get 40% off. Victor, $5. Jay, I'm going to Suicide Boy in Nashville. Is that a... That's a concert. What kind of music have you been bumping lately? I've never heard Suicide Boy. I don't know what that is. What have I been listening to? I'll tell you in a second here. We got somebody popping up. Anonymous. What's up, Anonymous? Anonymous, what's up? I'm mute.
Hey, yeah, Suicide Boys, they're pretty bad. What's up with Mesopotamia?
What do you mean?
Well, I've been on like YouTube researching kind of these topics, and there's like allegedly some stuff in Mesopotamia that like might have been like the same stories as some of the Bible stuff.
No, I think if you look at a book like Creation Ex Nihilo by William Lane Craig, I'm not a huge William Lane Craig fan, but that book's a great book that shows the vast discrepancies between the Genesis account and what you see in like the Near Eastern Enuma Elish type stuff.
Creation ex Nero.
Ex Nero. Nilo. Nihilo. Ex Nilo. Out of nothing. Not Nero. William Lane Craig. It's a really good book. I don't usually recommend him, but that book is actually good for refuting this point of the creation account being stolen from Babylonian text or whatever. A. Pinini, £5. I'm noticing your influence on the Sam Hyde Show writing more in episode 4. Actually, I'm not finished with episode 4 watching it. I think, well, I'm not sure because I haven't seen the second half, but I think more of my stuff was used perhaps in episode 2, and there was a good bit in 3, maybe the middle 15 minutes of episode 1. But I'll have to see more of this episode. What do you think about Empress Irene? I'm not well read in the history of a lot of her backstory, so I can't really say. I don't know enough about it to give a judgment. What am I bumping lately? I'm trying to remember what have I been listening to. We pull up like one of these YouTube playlists. I have weird music tastes, so I'm sure they're going to be bitching and whining about this. Oh, I can't believe he listens to that. Let's see what's over here on music. Lately, what have I been listening to? Let's see. Elephant. Some of the stuff is stuff that Jamie likes. Dolly Parton, for example. 90s stuff like Filter. 90s stuff like Moby. A lot of electronica, like this stuff right here. Gunship, Deadmau5. Nero, Fleetwood Mac. A lot of electronica on here. I don't like Def Leppard. That's in here for somebody else as a joke because my best friend died and he played that at his funeral. So had that played at his funeral. Paul Oakenfold, McG, MKG, 80s, When in Rome, MGMT. This is a joke video, by the way. I don't like Marilyn Manson. 90s, Sneaker Pimps, Duran Duran, 80s. So there's some of my recent bumps. H. Brozzi, $5. I can't wait to see the dude that just became a catechumen a few weeks ago tell us why we should support Zionism. Yeah, I think, I like AP and Ridvan on a personal level. I mean, we've never not gotten along, but I don't think when it comes to like the geopolitical side of things, I think he's very normie. So it's going to be an interesting conversation if we end up doing it. I hope we do. So I don't really see anybody else. So again, remember to get over to chalk.com. That's the excellent, amazing show sponsor, choq.com. All of your supplement needs, especially the Tonket. Here comes somebody. No, I'm not in the mood. I was only in the mood for feisty, sassy people, and we got quite a bit of feisty sass tonight. We got some sass. We got some good clips, some good clippable moments out of tonight. Thank you guys so much. It's going to be a lot of fun. What we got coming down the pipe, Esoteric Hollywood 3, going to be out soon. Don't know exactly when, but it's coming. Otherwise, everybody have a good night. And thank you to Father Deacon for joining us.